Hey, yo, lesson here, babe. You come at the king, you best not miss.
All right, good people. Well, YouTube is okay. It's weird. Okay. All right. StreamYard is acting weird. Anyhow, what's going on, good people? You know this. You know what channel. You know where you are. You know what this is, and it's only for people that don't mind me dealing with the freaking pedestrians. Okay. If this is not you, okay, then you don't need to be here. That's why I put this kind of stuff over here because most of y'all don't like me talking to these type of people. Now, hopefully, I don't know why he showed up to the other one instead of this one. Okay. Because right when I put this one up, I told him. But hopefully he will show up to this one. Hopefully we can have a discussion or not have a discussion. Really doesn't matter at this point. Um, I'm just gonna, get him off my chest, and then after that, come at it again. I'm just gonna block him because I just got text from two PhDs say, why are you messing with these clowns? Basically, in a sense. What's up, John? See who's here? Gundam, Tao, Black Males. What's going on? Shannon, Michael, Kevin, Leon, AL, Scorpion Black, Brian, Adric, Prince, Kennard, Lavaris, what's going on? Come up, popcorn. Instant Media, Arjizzle, Biro, DDS02D, okay, whoever you are. Tunnel Runner, LAXT, Detro, Louis, Spirit of Justice, the Sigma Empath. I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. No, I think that is Destiny. It's a white guy. Which as soon as the first time I saw Destiny, I said Destiny's a twink. Okay. Sometimes you can just tell. Hey, Miss Delta, what's going on? Appreciate you. Taco money. Appreciate you, Miss Delta. Spook that sat by the door. I know DC's getting crazy. Especially with the federal workers. So I feel for you, man. Anyway, let me go ahead and get this started. I just want to say one thing before I actually get started, right? Okay. I think I said this before. It's something my teacher told me 30 years ago, right? There's three kind of people, right? Or there's people that know, people that suffer from simple ignorance, okay? What you call simple ignorance, those are the pedestrians, okay? Most pedestrians have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. They're just repeating talking points of what they heard, okay? They don't. But the civilians are more dangerous. And Ms. Delta can tell you about the civilians, right? The civilians are the ones that get half the information right, okay? And they think that they know. They buy into the propaganda. They think that they know. They'll bring up some stats that may or may not correlate, and then they spread their propaganda like it's the truth. They're the most civilians are actually the most dangerous. We're actually more dangerous than the pedestrians. Pedestrians are just that, okay? Pedestrians are irritating, but they're not dangerous. Civilians are actually dangerous, okay? So basically, there's simple ignorance, which are pedestrians, and compound ignorance, which are civilians, right? Okay? And those are the two people that we have to clash with all the time. Now, this brother is a pedestrian. And what's up, Dwayne? And we're going to get to him. Hopefully, however long this lasts, hopefully I can get to an hour because pedestrians actually do really irritate me. So listening or reviewing a pedestrian is kind of hard for me. So hopefully get to an hour. Share screen. Black masculinity. Redefining black masculinity, strength beyond stereotypes. Yeah. In fact, people with half the information think that they know are dangerous. Yeah, we went through that with the Black Brain Trust, okay, with half information. and the other people that are associated with. Okay, even some people, very powerful people in the government, okay, with half information and knew goddamn well this shit was propaganda. You know, like Joy Reid. Now I don't know whether Joy Reid knew the truth or she's flat out lying. I would hope that she was flat out lying. I hope Joy Reid and Ta-Nehisi Coates aren't that stupid. I really do. I hope they're too well connected. They had to know that they're fucking being fed some bullshit. And I think they're flat out lying. Personally, I do. Personally, I do. Like I said, I'm starting to lose faith in certain people that I think that are supposed to be smart. Just because you have a Harvard degree doesn't mean that you are smart. You're educated, but educated doesn't always mean smart. And MS Delta, well, MS Delta been with me for a while, so he knows that being correct is fucking hard work. Okay, and doing this for a long period of time, I know when I smell bullshit. And talking to people such as the man on the screen, I hope you guys can see this. The man on the screen, okay, it's hard for me to talk to people like that. Is because what do? It's like kicking a baby. When a kid is trying to fight you, do you kick the kid, you beat the kid up, or do you just try to push it away, keep it from bothering you? That's what I feel about pedestrians. Because they run their mouths and they think that they know, have absolutely no idea what the fuck they're talking about. So we're going to get into him. they're flat. They're flat out lying allegedly. You know what? I don't know, man. MS Delta. I really don't know. Because I've seen some very plugged in people. Now, some people I know are like Scott Ritter's one of those people. McGregor, a few of those people, they know the truth. But the thing is, I know they can't. Some things is too early for them to actually come out and admit. Okay, but they're not. They don't lie. They just don't. They just overlook certain points of information. Okay, like I was like I said, when Ritter talked about white supremacy, I was shocked. I mean, actually shocked that he actually admitted it. A lot of the left wing, the left leaning guys are starting to come out and say shit I said like 3-4 years ago. I'm like, either they just found it out or they've been avoiding putting that information out there. When you get this close to the line, and MS Delta can tell you, I am pretty close to the line. That's like a lot of some stuff I don't put out in public because I am really close to the line, and I do not want to wind up in an orange jumpsuit. And I've been really close to that line. When you go through customs and the guy looks at your passport and takes a little bit too long to actually punch you through. He looks at you, look down the screen, looks at you. It's like, man, I hope I'm not detained. You walk through and we give you back your passport and say, welcome back. You go, whew. Okay. Man, I can't tell you how many times I walked through customs, man, and like, whew. Okay, they didn't pull my coattail. Anyhow, let's go ahead and get started and get this out the way before I freaking go off, because I've calmed down a little bit, because I was going, yeah, I probably would have to put this one private, is because I was going to cuss this motherfucker out. I really was.
This is insane. Y'all gotta learn how to love yourselves, goddammit. Shit.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Oh boy.
Black man filled with the 5 dots, and Malcolm X says the white man will use the black woman to emasculate the black man. What are your thoughts? You disagree with Malcolm? No, I do not. I don't disagree that they will use whatever tool they possibly can use. I agree. But just because they use the tool doesn't mean it's going to work against me.
It did work, motherfucker. It did work. It did work. What the fuck you talking about? It did work. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about it. It did work. Dumbass. The thing is, they don't even know that they're emasculated. Yeah, I know. He wasted 2 hours on. That's like I wanted a concentrated form.
No weapon formed against. How it goes? I forgot how it goes. Maybe
God, Jesus Christ.
you can finish it. No weapon formed against. How did that?
It's bullshit. Okay, it's bullshit. You have no idea what the fuck they did to you. You have no idea what the fuck they did to you. You have no idea how much power they took from you. You have no idea what they do to your black boys, putting them on Ritalin and all this other kind of stuff. That while you're powerless in this society, there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. You have people in the in the political system talk about how black men are actually emasculated. The thing is, the fact that you don't know that you've been emasculated tells me that you've accepted the programming.
Yeah. I forgot how that line goes, BMU. No weapon formed
Against me shall prosper.
God damn it. How does it go? BMU, maybe you can help me out and put it in the chat. Maybe somebody can help me out and finish the whole sentence. No weapon formed against me. Cause what?
And
Ariel says with the $2. Preach, Sharon. I'm gonna do my best.
in other words, basically, and this is what I hate. Okay, this kind of performance actually plays to the females. Okay, this is the performance of masculinity that females like. Okay. Oh yeah, that has nothing to do with me proving my point. Okay. The thing is, if you don't know as a group how you've been emasculated over the past 60 years, okay, probably even longer than that, how you've been emasculated by the white man and by the system, then you accepted it, which is what I hate. This is what that's why I call them a pedestrian. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Okay, that's why I asked you for proof. How do you actually rebut an emotion? He has a right to his emotions. You said it didn't work. Well, why the fuck are you powerless if it didn't work? How come you're powerless if it didn't work? You have less power than your own woman. How does that work?
Like I said, even if the white man tried to do it, I did not get the memo.
You don't have to get the memo, okay? You don't have to get the memo because you are one of those people, okay? You have to get the memo. What is the psychology? Some black men wanted to stay in the matrix. They really can't be this dumb. Now, I know. I was actually on his panel, right? Okay. And all them chicks talking over him. And he holding his head like he don't know what to do. But I'm not emasculated. I didn't get the memo. Bullshit. Looking at you. I'm looking at you holding your head. Because you didn't know how to tell the women to shut the fuck up and get back in order. Looking at you.
Ain't nobody gonna stop my pride. Ain't no me.
Oh boy. Oh, come on, man.
Down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving.
Umar does it better. Okay. Yeah. This is kind of entertainment that the black men actually love. That's like most of the people on this panel are actually black women.
Not going to work against me. We got to start remembering those things. We got to start remembering the men that didn't allow themselves to get emasculated. That's the man you need to emulate after.
What?
Not keep getting beat up every day. Oh my God, the black woman is not allowed. Shut up.
I watched you on your goddamn panel with black women talking over you and you didn't correct them. You didn't correct them.
To me. Oh, the white man's going to use the black. Shut up. No weapon for. What? How we go, Shall? What?
In other words, pedestrian. He has no idea. He doesn't know what he even doesn't know. Okay. Why are you struggling? Why are black men struggling? If that's the case. If you're so, my thing, if you're so powerful and you're so masculinated, and you're so this or that, how come black men as a whole can't get themselves together? How come only 10% of black boys can read? Huh? How come the biggest homeless population of black men? How come every law that you want to get passed, you got to go through politically through the black women to get it? Why is that? Why is that? And say put it on a T-shirt. Get back in order. That's what they said. I mean, they said it out loud.
How does it go?
And they're mad at the black manosphere for pushing back on it. You're not in charge.
Stop playing with me. How does it go? Shout out to the Cash App.
Okay, this is a comment.
None of that shit's gonna work on me. Can't conquer my soul.
It already did, sir. It can't conquer my soul. It already did. It already did. That's why you're raging out. It already did. Oh yeah. I know. Oh, hold on. I'll get it for you. Okay. I'll get it for you.
You never knew. That was his power. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist.
Crazy.
Let me get through it.
You see him? Look at King.
Let him run.
Right there in the chat, right on cue. Sharon is zesty element. You think that's going to make me feel a certain way? He would never come up and have a conversation with me. He's the one that's defeated, not me. I'm standing 10 toes down. What are you talking about? How dumb do you sound? I'm the zesty one, but you feel emasculated. How crazy do that sound? What up, champion?
So what you're doing is the epitome of masculine energy. Really. What you're doing, what this performance that you give is what we call masculine. Really. Really.
I'm zesty, but you emasculated. You make it make sense to me.
Oh, she runs this show.
Crazy work.
Yeah.
And I get it. A lot of you men don't understand. How is it possible? Because I have faith in me. Ain't gonna let somebody else like King whoever think that his words.
Okay. Let's see where he gets to me. Okay. So we can find it.
Body. Not from a system, not from a white man, not from a goddamn woman. They don't even know how to accept it. They don't know how to say, you know what, this is actually feeling good today. That somebody's speaking up and telling me that I'm not emasculated, that I can take over myself. That I'm
Jesus Christ. That I can take over myself. I'm not emasculated. Yada, 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 yada. Dumbass. You sound emasculated.
my soul don't have to be conquered. They are afraid to just say, you know what, I actually like that type of talk. It's crazy to me. It's insane. Who told you that you ain't somebody? Who told you that? Because I didn't get the memo. Who did it? Tell me. I want to know. Point him out. I'll whip his ass for you.
I wish you would. I wish you would.
I'm from a place where defiance is, we did it through art and culture.
Oh, defiance is where we did it through art and culture. Performative. That's what women do. Defiance is through art and culture. It's performative. Get the fuck out of here. So I don't know what he's talking about. No complete sentences from this guy. Okay. This is the feminized version of what we call masculinity. Okay. A lot of his key words about defiance to art and culture. Okay. BLM does that. A lot of feminists do that. That's how they define themselves. Okay. how do we how do we defy the man? We don't defy him directly, okay, because that will put us behind the 8 ball. So what we do is we speak through our art. Now, if you're a rapper and you speak through your art, okay, that's fine, okay? But saying that same thing is getting boots on the ground and starting a freaking movement, okay? If you were really define the white man, you wouldn't be on YouTube saying that shit. You wouldn't be. Define who. You're right where they want you to be. Yeah, he is goofy, but it is what it is. Let me let it play.
What? You know, Fuller, he critiques conformity. But black men have been using art, comedy, music, film to obliterate barriers.
No, they haven't. That barriers didn't get obliterated by comedy, art, and film. Okay. Stop the bullshit. Okay.
We see Chappelle himself proves you can laugh at the absurdity of systems while being unapologetically powerful. Stop playing with me.
Oh boy. Okay, this is the new wave feminist masculinity shit. Okay. You know, he's redefining masculinity because you really can't take on the man. So how do you do it? You do it like the minstrel did it. Okay, like I remember this. It's called. I think it was called. I forget what it was called Cotton Club, right? Where Sandman at the dancer would actually piss on the white boys with their shoes. In other words, he would demonstrate certain signals to show defiance to the white man, and white men would laugh at it because it's funny to him. Okay. If you were actually really defying the white man to protest art and culture, you fucking find yourself wound up in Guantanamo Bay, okay, or where that green card holder is down in Louisiana in federal prison, or you be where Cosby is on trumped up charges in prison. Them the cats that run afoul of the system, that get a little too bold, get a little too sassy. You know when the white man thinks that you're defying him when you go out of bounds. Okay, this ain't it.
What are we talking about? You a powerful beyond measure. What's your problem? Who told you that you was not? Why you keep letting these old folks tell you something?
Zealing, I have no idea what culture. Cullenty. Okay, I have no idea what that is, but thanks, y'all, Borgen. I said, do some black men never talk to family elders like grandfathers, etc., to listen to what they had to go through, like Jim Crow? Are they willfully ignorant on society being anti-black masculinity? No, they're not, man. This is Dr. T can tell you. Okay, this thing is, he thinks that what he's saying is original. Okay, this is stuff that's been taught. This came from the females out of the feminist system. This is if you listen to females talk about culture and defiance, it sounds just like him. Dr. T can tell you. He's using all them coded words. But I will drop the link. See, the thing is, he's using all these fucking coded words, man. Like I said, all the stuff that he's saying, man, I have gotten sick of hearing female feminists talk the same shit. BLM talks the same exact shit. They've been talking the same exact shit for the last 10 years, okay? The exact same shit that he's saying. Exact same shit that he's saying. Yeah, I know.
That is not true. Why are you subscribing to BS? Why does something negative about yourself, you appeal to that part so much? I don't understand it.
You ain't lying about the old nigga coming out.
don't give a damn if I got a 7 deuce. I'm gonna play the hell out that 7 deuce. I might get a goddamn boat. If you don't know what that is, hey, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh boy.
I ain't
Oh boy. Hope it's not what I think you're talking about. Hope it's not what I think you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a mental stroke.
ain't to play no goddamn 7 deuce. I could beat pocket aces. I could beat pocket aces with a 7 deuce. The numbers ain't gonna. Hey, I might get a goddamn boat. I might get 2 pair.
Man,
might get 3 pair.
You talking about a card? Okay.
I don't care what you
I'm
think.
talking about cards. Okay.
Yeah.
You ain't holding me down. I ain't complaining saying somebody did something. I don't care how much they did something to you. You still got to get your ass. I don't care. You got to get your ass. You better get on up now.
Oh, come on, man.
Oh my gosh.
Wrap it up. Exactly. That's what they did for sure. They do it. They said, hold on. What the hell going on over here?
Now they have gone through these little, I think 16 minutes I was on there for the past month and a half. Why are they still holding on to this? I do not know. Yeah, he's running a clown show and doesn't know it. Yep, exactly.
Now I know what it feels like to be a grumpy old man. God, these motherfuckers, man. Okay, calm down.
Are you at work, tight and blooded? Anyway, continuing.
All right, so let's get into the video. We're gonna start it. We're gonna start it where Brownsville was at. Let's see. You want to have to fight. It's not going to be easy. You got to move a certain way. That these things that this woman can't follow you is bullshit. You got to have some proof behind who you are as a man. So when you start having that record of this is what I am, this is who I can be as I move forward.
If you're here,
you choose to be with, she's going to naturally be.
The link's in the goddamn chat, man. Okay, we're playing this because you wasn't here.
On the side, she's going to naturally be on the side of you, not behind you, but on the side of you, walking locked arms with each other. That's
not true.
How it actually happens in real life when you change your philosophy. It's just not going to do. Hey, look, I just want to say, like, let's see where we start at. I'm breaking down all the BS talking points.
All the BS talking points. No, you're not. It's not true. Okay, it's not true. Bullshit. It's bullshit. That's what they've said. It's not. Basically, I've gone back in history. They're saying the exact same shit that they've been saying.
Mm-hmm.
I've gone back to the 20s. The shit's not new.
What's that you say, BGS? History has a tendency to rhyme.
Yeah. It doesn't repeat, but it sure does rhyme. Yep. Basically, the past is never dead and buried. In fact, it's not even past.
Yeah,
boss. I just want to know why you didn't answer the question why he didn't check them females when he had his hand out.
Because he's been trained. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
you can tell when a man's trained. Man, the thing is, man, that's how come I got away from the pro-black sector doing this kind of shit, man. It's because I got the same thing. Because I want to check the females too and correct them, right? And you get man. You can't talk. You can't go on the sisters like that. What the fuck you mean she wrong? Doesn't matter, man. Just you can't. Man, you got okay, motherfucker. I know you have to earn money from her. Same thing with
it never occurred to him. That's why the government don't mess with them now. Oops, let me shut up.
Yeah. That's
basically why the government leave them alone because they ain't going to go because they know they ain't going to go nowhere.
Well, the thing is that okay, the reason that the government, the Democrats started leaving them alone is because their whole job is to control the black males. That's their whole job. That was their whole job. Okay, and when we broke loose, they said you need to put these Negroes back in check. Politically, you put them back in check. Okay, and then we had the 2022 elections, right? We got out of pocket with the Ice Cube effect. Shout out to Dr. Neil. Okay, black male independence, black male political independence. Okay, is name to say political Mandalorianism, which is being agnostic to both parties.
Yep.
Go by policy over politics. Okay.
I think a lot of people are ignoring the existential threat to the state that independent groups of males present.
No, yeah, a lot. Well, they do, okay, and especially politically because they don't. Okay, there's two things that happen. Okay, why? Because what's his name? He actually told me. He told me how do you stop dissension and revolution and stop the rebels, okay? Or stop the guerrillas from fighting, right? It's called redress the grievances, right?
Exactly.
Okay. And people think it was Martin Luther King and yada, yada, yada that convinced them to actually stop all this shit. No, it was called Martin Luther King dying, being assassinated, and black men burning down 30 cities, okay?
Exactly.
And you got the Kerner Commission that all the civil rights promises that you got, because Dr. King said we're coming to get our check. All the civil rights provisions that they wouldn't give you prior to that, all of a sudden, some 30 cities burned down. The Kerner Commission came in, and Artie Whitmore can tell you every last little thing that came down as far as civil rights came through the Kerner Commission. Education, basically FHA loans, all that shit came through the Kerner Commission. Okay. Everything that everybody talks about Moynihan, right? They took Moynihan's and Clark's blueprint and said, okay, we just had 30 cities burned down, okay, after the Martin Luther King riots, and said, okay, maybe Moynihan was on to something. Let's go look at it. So they took like 400 people, and they went out and they took surveys and they talked to black men and black women, all kind of folks in 30 fucking cities, and they came back with a report called the Kerner Commission, right? And they implement community-based policing, basically LA police review boards, daycare, food, basically equitable food stamps, basically getting people out of the projects, allowing Section 8, allowing them to move out of the community, right? Allowing FHA loans, all that kind of crap that we take advantage of right now, including busing black boys and black kids into white areas, okay? All that integration happened after the Kerner Commission. Okay, and guess what happened after you redress grievances? Guess what's going to happen? Okay, ain't no angst. What are you fighting over? Okay, we gave you what you asked for. That's why it died.
Yep.
They didn't die because you killed your leaders. They had done that before. It died because they needed to redress the grievances, and they still had the money. That's why it died.
What the brass tacks comes down to, it was violence that made all of that happen.
We basically blew up. Okay.
Yep.
Where basically you had to stop the guerrillas from fighting. Okay.
Exactly.
Rebels from fighting. Okay. Redress grievances. They know that. Okay. And then after 71, 72, when you ran out of money, guess what they did? Okay. Called Title IX, Title 10. And no fault divorce. And basically the Title IX and Title 10 brought in what? Planned Parenthood and the pill, abortion, changing the divorce laws, all that shit happened, right? Because because white boys were on that time too.
Yep.
So we're gonna take the power out of the men's hands, okay, and put it in the women's hands. There's a book called More Than Title IX that actually documented step by step how they did it, and step by step how they took over the educational system. Step by step. Exactly. Step by step. And you can hear the feminist language coming out of people. Like his whole speech, everything he was talking about, basically, Dr. T can tell you that's the same shit he hears on a daily basis when he goes to black female conferences. The same shit. Just because you put a different name on it doesn't mean anything. Okay? Don't mean nothing.
Well,
when I hear you, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, that was my problem when he was talking about arts and culture. And I'm sitting there like, what? What the fuck
I
are you
know.
talking about, dude?
I know. I know. I mean, if you are really a rebel, you be on an enemies list. If you ever walk through custom and they look at you beat too long because you done said some shit that could get you put in a black site, then you know how close to the line you get. A lot of shit I don't say because I walk a little bit too close to the line, and a couple times I had to take shit down. Because the people that used to work for the intelligence agencies told me, "Hey, man, this is too early. You need to take that shit down because you're gonna put a target on your back." So I had to take that shit down. And y'all remember when I had to take that shit down. And guess what? 2 years later, every goddamn thing that I said was gonna go down during that situation happened.
And then some.
And then some. Every goddamn thing I said 20 years ago with my partner online, I might see if I can buy the archives. Online 20 years ago is happening right now. Okay. And motherfuckers are trying to tell me about what they know. You think you're more powerful than you actually are. You are not. Okay. I don't care where you are, where you work, or what you do. I don't care if you're a fucking billionaire, okay? Fucking billionaire. When they decide to move an industry or move a sector, you could be a fucking billionaire. You're gonna be broke within 5 years.
Yep.
If they really want you to, everybody's at the mercy of the society. Okay. If you're in China, you would not even be talking this shit. Okay.
Oh no, they execute billionaires for fun.
There's certain things. Well, you know what? That's one thing that the Chinese and the Indians and the others did say. Okay, the Koreans, the Chinese.
Oh yeah, they wanted heads to roll.
They wanted heads to roll after 2008. They said this is a capital crime. Heads should roll. Okay, but this is a fucking liberal country. They don't do that shit. At least they don't do it. Well, this president might.
Yeah. That's what I'm looking for.
I remember I was telling them to say, I know your boys. I know they do that undercover stuff, the deep state stuff. I said, this is not the president to fuck around with. Okay?
Yeah, I just found out today that Maine's remember how he had that little spout with the Maine's governor?
Yes.
She FDA and FO. They're looking into Social Security and everything over there in Maine.
The thing is, if you really want to be powerful, you have to learn how the system works. Okay,
yep.
Spouting off and performative and think that you're gonna. Okay, no. If you're saying the right thing at the right time and you're hitting the cracks, you can change stuff. Okay. If you can resonate, if you have enough knowledge, because a lot of your rappers are getting fucking trouble. Okay, they study, because I talk to a lot of them. They fucking study. They read a lot. Okay, they read a lot. A lot of them are damn near Gnostics. They read a fucking lot. Okay, so when they say and in fact they know exactly where the fucking line is because their handlers tell them. Okay, you can say this, but but the thing is, up on high said you're gonna cross the line and you can get brought down. Look at Kanye West. Okay, Kanye West was $4 billion. Okay.
I cut that in half.
Cut it in half. Cut it in half. Kanye West went from $4 billion down to $500 million. Okay, within 3 months. Because he opened his mouth. Okay, look, Bill Cosby tried to buy NBC. Okay, and they all right, fuck around and find out. Okay. Y'all don't know. Y'all really don't know who the hell y'all messing with. You really don't. Okay, a country that thinks they can globally police the whole planet and bomb countries out of existence, and you think that you're gonna puff out your chest?
Sucks.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Well,
okay. Good.
Thank you.
Ask that dude in Colombia because he wanted to protest with the Palestinians. They told him shut the fuck up. Guess what happened to him? Why is he in Louisiana in a federal site? Now they could bless him and let him go. Okay, judge could bless him and let him go. And hell, fuck, ask Donald Trump about how close he came.
Oh yeah.
Y'all think these motherfuckers are playing? That's why people always say, "Well, yeah, motherfucker, I know."
Yeah, look at all these judges.
I know
coming out of the woodworks to rule against Trump.
I know. Oh, let me play a short since we here. Okay, a lot of people.
Since we outside.
Yeah, since we got time. Yeah, since we got time. Okay?
And shout out to his press secretary. She's a savage, man. I love her.
Good day, everyone. How y'all doing today?
We good. We good. I know that you're here because I brought you up, sir.
Yeah, I'm just being patient. I'm not sure if I should jump in, talk.
You can if you can chime in if you want to. I'm trying to pull up something, but you go ahead and chime in if you want to.
If you want to pull up something, I'll be patient.
All right. Let's see. Let me go back to my channel. Okay. Let's see what you count. This is a short. Okay. Because, like I said, I do this shit for real. Shorts. Now I played this a lot. Now this is and she's a lefty. Okay. She's a lefty. and she's a gynocrat. That's why I pulled it. Okay. That's why I pulled it. And this is called How the Democratic Party Emasculates Black Males. Okay.
For me, the Democratic Party emasculates Black men. And I think Hispanic men probably feel the same way. And I say this because they weaponize identity. When and where we enter, who we are, how we identify is important to who we are, just like our fingerprints. But if you're not going to use my identity to advance a social justice cause, and you're just going to use my identity as a object, now I got a problem. So what the Democratic Party does, they put Black women on a pedestal and they say, we're the mothers of the movement, or we save the party. But Democrats use it in a way that alienates other folks, and it offends me. So when I talk to Black men across this country, they don't see themselves in this party. It's one thing to recognize the power and prowess of Black women and the sacrifices that we make. It is another thing to put us above Black men. The Black struggle, Black men and Black women have to be together. We don't have the luxury to be separated. And so I resent the Democratic Party for doing that. And so Black men do not see themselves in the party.
They use these tricks and stuff like to undermine people, right? That's how come they keep asking questions. How come Black men didn't actually support DEI? Nigga, you only got 1% of DEI.
If that.
But you let your women go out there and run their miles and actually carry white women's water. Y'all don't speak up against it. Y'all don't say nothing about it. You just run with it. And hold your hands like, oh, I can't really go against the sisters, and I can't talk about the sisters, and yada yada. I said, shut the entire fuck up. Getting tired of that shit, okay? Like passport bro. Oh, passport bros are pussies, and they weak, and blah 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 blah. Passport bros need to do whatever the fuck they feel, when they feel like it. If it makes them fucking happy.
Damn right.
Oh, I remember when they were calling passport bros broke. I
Yes.
was like, bro, really?
Really? Yeah.
Have you traveled? That shit ain't cheap.
Sure ain't.
Man, believe me, I know.
Man. Damn.
You can jump in anytime you want, bro.
I don't know what you want to talk about, because I'm not understanding what's your argument. I don't get it.
My argument is basically my argument is you're a pedestrian. You don't know what you don't know.
I know ain't no woman stopping me from getting to where I need to go. I know
Where's
ain't no
that?
white man stopping me getting from where I need to go. Whatever I need to do, what I see for myself, starting my
that?
business.
What is that?
Creating my construction company, hiring young Black men, teaching them how to move better, teaching them how to be leaders, be learning problem solvers. I don't have no problem with no woman teaching me to do
That doesn't mean
I'm
anything.
saying, okay, I guess you finished. Okay.
No. What you're saying is give me a whole lot of platitudes. Give me an example.
Myself
Go ahead. Give me an example.
Right. Yep. So I started my own construction company.
Okay.
I hired young men, young Black men. And I also teach them how to get better and further their career. Get them out of the construction and get them into by communicating with them, talking to them, getting
No. How? No. What do you say to them? What do you teach them?
I teach them to look past themselves and they
No.
What do you when I talk to them, so they never heard of something like something as simple as a PMP. So I get them to learn that kind of aspect. So when they go into management, they could take that much further. I teach them about Scrum Master, another certification where they could learn how to run projects. So things of that nature, things that they never heard of, because a lot of older Black men are just not teaching these young Black men this new wave of jobs and ways to make money in this world. They just tell them to get a job, and that doesn't really lead to anything.
Well, you know, I got a bunch of older Black men that one Black man especially has taught 100 Black men to make $150,000 a year within a year or two.
Theo,
what's young Black men?
Huh?
What age group?
From 20 to like 35.
That's awesome. Because that's the type of people that I hire. And I see where they come from, and I see their mindset, see where they come from mentally. They are not prepared to really fight in this world and go and get what they supposed to go get. Because a lot of people make them feel less than what they are. Make them feel like white people got some kind of advantage over them. Make it feel like black women got some kind of advantage over them. So they're going to get it on their own and understand what they need to do. Go to school, get higher education.
Okay.
So the problem is that
no. Where does that come from? Where do you think that comes from?
Lack of education, lack of opportunities.
Lack of education, right? Okay.
Yep. Lack of opportunity.
And what caused the lack of education, especially with black boys?
This idea of hypermasculinity that they got to go play basketball, rap, fight, be in the gang.
Nope.
So what you saying?
Okay. Who earns? I always say this. Okay, you might know this already. Okay, who earns the most money in America? Highest paid. What group?
Say that again.
Who are the highest paid group in America? Racial group in America?
I believe that is maybe Asian men.
Asian men, right? Men. Yeah. No. Well, Asian and men are basically the same thing, right? In this category, right? Okay. They're in the most, right? Who studies the most of kids amongst race? Come on,
seems
man.
like the stereotype is Asian.
It's not a stereotype. It's fact. Okay.
Did you say so?
No, it's not say so. Do
No,
you know?
that's studies, yeah.
It's fact.
Okay.
Okay. So you see the correlation?
No.
You don't. Okay. Like I said, pedestrian.
What's the correlation?
The people that study the most earn the most money. If you study the most as a kid, you earn the most money. Direct correlation between education and earnings. I mean, we can go back to like 30 years of stats and prove it, but if that's what you want. Go ahead, James.
I was going to say, it's a perfect example. There's a reason why Silicon Valley is valued as it is, right? Like, there are mega minds, brains that are heavily concentrated. And that's why San Francisco is so fucking expensive. Excuse my language. But like the correlation that he's trying to point out is, again, if you focus on one particular thing, that thing will grow.
Okay, so who's doing that in Brooklyn? So again, so like I said, there's a lot of young men that's out there. They need jobs, they need some money. And so therefore that's cool that these Asian young men that is out here in America that they teach.
No, you don't get it.
No, I do not understand because I'm actually outside talking to a young man.
Not
around y'all. That's not around this man.
No. Have you remember what Frederick Douglass said about 100, almost 200 years ago? It's better to raise strong children than what?
Fix broken men.
Fix broken men. What are you doing right now?
I'm helping young men.
You're fixing broken men.
Broken men.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the problem starts long before they turn 18.
Okay, so let me understand. What are y'all suggesting that the men that are broken at 18, you should do what? Throw them away?
I didn't say that.
Okay, so what is it that you're saying?
Let me ask you. You're in construction, right? Okay. What do you build? What do you build? What do you build?
I do HVAC.
You HVAC, right? Okay. Say you do HVAC. There's a bunch of people that train black men to do HVAC. It's been in the black ministry for a very long time. A lot of cats that train other cats to do HVAC and drive trucks and a whole bunch of other shit, right? But anyway, okay. Say you got an HVAC unit, right? It's always faulty. Every time you put it in, it fails. Okay. And you always constantly fix it. What are you gonna tell the manufacturer that makes this shit?
That I need a new unit.
Come on, man. If you have one standard brand that always fails worse than the others, okay? And you constantly have to keep coming out repairing the goddamn thing. What are you gonna tell the manufacturer?
I need to replace the unit.
No, okay. You got a design flaw.
You got a design flaw. I know,
so
man.
You're not gonna give them any feedback. on
Okay.
something
All
that
right.
is
All
far.
right. Okay. All right, man.
Can I just go ahead and get to the point of this?
Go ahead, man.
The manufacturer of this problem that you're trying to fix are the mothers. That's what we're trying to get to. And you keep on saying that on this
So
end.
then
It's
say
not
that. So what do the mothers have to do
Let
with?
him finish.
because the women are the primary interface between the child and the adult. The men, as we always say here, the men doesn't teach a boy or girl how to feel better. They teach you how to be better. Women teach you how to feel better. And this is the problem. And I'm a father myself, and I'm going through this with my ex-wife right now. I checked all the boxes, but still it is the state. When you want to talk about, what is the white man or this or that doing to hold us back by keeping men away from their families, they're just wrecking young men. And you're on the back end trying to fix what the state has wrecked.
You could say that, fine. If I'm trying to fix young black men, that's fine. I don't see what is the issue if I have to do that. If the men that I'm encountering, the
issue
young men
is
that
you
got
shouldn't
that
have to do that
encounter,
in the first
You
place.
shouldn't have to do that in the first place.
I'll let you
Oh,
finish.
okay.
Okay, go ahead. So what you gotta say, 'cause I'm
I'll
confused.
give you. Okay, you've been wrong. Go ahead, man. I'll give you 2 minutes. Go ahead, man. Jump. Got 2 minutes. Talk.
Yeah, I don't understand what y'all talking about. This don't
I
have
know.
nothing to do with.
I know you don't. Just go ahead.
This don't have nothing to do with mothers at this moment. If I just don't understand what do the women have to do with this situation when there's young men that need help, young men need mentorship. They need to find some guidance. So people in the chat ask her, what do construction got to do with Scrum Master? So it's just ridiculous to me. I don't understand. So if I know something, I know these young men, they need to move at a different pace because this construction thing is not going to be the thing for most of them. They cannot turn it into a real lucrative situation for most of them. So I don't understand when these young kids, these young men, they need information. They don't need to be beat down and tell them that they ain't nothing, that because they grew up in, I guess, what you're trying to say, a single woman's household, that they ain't going to be shit. That doesn't make sense to me.
It's harder.
No. You got 20. You got 30 more seconds.
It's okay. It's okay.
No. You got 30 more seconds. Keep going.
It's okay. God.
No. You got 30 more seconds. Keep going.
I'm just so again. I don't have this defeated mindset. I don't move that way.
No, let him finish. Go ahead. Keep going.
Jesus. Yeah, it's okay. Because clearly y'all need to say something. So
no, dude. Let me run my panel, okay? Like I let you run your panel. Let me run my panel, okay? You got 30 more seconds. Keep going. Get it out.
I'm fine right there.
All right. Okay. The thing is, that has not worked. Same shit you've been saying. They said in back in 1890. Same shit about trades. Okay. Same shit. Didn't have to know how to read, write, or nothing like. Just tell you how to read blueprints and work on construction, right? Work on whatever, right? Okay. That's fine. I have no problem with trades. Okay. In fact, the females took the trades out of the high schools. Courtesy with the help of your black females. Okay, I had guys just like you, okay, that teaches HVAC, okay, HVAC and restoring buildings, right in Baltimore. Asked me the plan. I said you're 38 miles from the capital of the world, right, which is Washington D.C. Okay. You can take $1 billion that pocket change to the DOS, right, to the DOD.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that with panel BJS.
Pocket change, right? You have 20,000 boys that are at risk. I said you could actually do exactly what you're saying, basically at the middle school and the high school level. Apprentice those boys, and when they get out, guess what? You won't have them on the street with crime. Guess what? Because their mama ain't doing it.
And guess who's gonna always undercut their boys?
Yeah, we
That's
know.
how I know. And here's the crazy part.
And guess where he lives? He lives in Baltimore. He sees it every day.
And here's the fucked up part. A lot of women will undercut their sons for their girls.
Yep.
So how many times will you look at, let's just take single mother statistics. At what point do you see a positive when you look at single mother statistics? They're all negative.
What's negative about single mother households?
Oh,
The
boy.
negative?
Oh my God!
dear.
Oh Lord!
We don't have the
BJ,
time. Oh my. Okay.
BJ, may I
You know,
interject?
BGF.
BJ, may I interject? I got.
Brother,
I
brother,
need.
You know,
brother.
BGF.
Go ahead,
How
man.
many?
Go ahead, man.
You know what?
Let me mute
Do
up,
me a
man, because
favor.
I'm laughing.
Do
I'm laughing
me a
hard,
favor,
man.
BGS. When
Yes,
you
sir.
clip this, please just put my name in the title when you clip that. Just clip that. Make that a short.
Oh
If you don't
my!
got an answer, then you don't got an answer.
No,
I got.
that was my answer, man.
I'm asking you what
How long
part of
you
the
got, brother?
statistics that I'm asking you. You brought it up.
Okay, okay.
Well,
You're talking about me. If
go
I
ahead.
have an answer,
Go
if
ahead,
I don't
Charles.
have an answer,
Clearly, I'm asking you what part of the statistics you're talking
so
about.
majority of your incarcerated belong to who? Single mother households. Majority of your sex offenders. 90% of your runaways. 85% of you're sexually assaulted.
90% of your
And
homeless.
so,
Homeless.
Yes.
okay, so now out of those people that you're talking about, how many of those are percentage wise actually affects the community?
Oh,
Black people? You're saying black people, right?
Sure.
Are you for real, man?
The majority of them.
Are you
So
for real?
overwhelming
No,
majority.
that was it.
Okay. So you're saying,
Are you for real? Are you for
are
real?
you saying the majority of black folks that is raised in a single mother household is what?
At risk, yes.
Yes, they are.
At risk, but they're not. So again,
Oh
this
Lord.
is gonna be
Majority.
You're gonna get knocked off.
Hold on. What's your name, bro?
That's fine.
What's your name, bro?
But regardless, majority
What's your
of
name, bro? What's your name, bro?
regardless,
No,
majority.
hold on. What's your name? Hello.
He's asking you so we can.
Yeah, he's like Sharon Brady.
Yeah,
He's trying to address you.
Yeah.
Right. I'm talking. So anyway, but my name is Sharon, by the way.
Thank you.
Sharon. Oh, trust me. I've dealt with Sharon's before, but anyway.
That was not hard.
Exactly. So
Here's
see, this is
the
crazy.
part. Here's the part when you ask me.
Sharon, did you ask him a question or not?
I did not.
You did ask him a question. That's why he's answering you.
Number one. We'll go by these statistics. The majority of incarcerated people in the United States happen to be whom?
The majority. Listen, how many?
No, don't you skip that shit.
This is ridiculous. Majority.
No, you're ridiculous if you can't answer it.
Okay, fine. So the majority of people that is incarcerated is about 1% of America. Like, come on.
So majority of people. What demographic? What demographic is the most homeless? What demographic is the most incarcerated? What demograph actually has the most charges on their record?
So as of jail statistics, for what I understand, is more white people in jail than black folks.
Sharon, I work in a jail system.
So it is what it is. But regardless of the fact, right? We haven't.
Tell me what I don't know.
Let me finish.
Jesus fucking.
Hey.
You telling me hey when I'm every time?
Hey, dude, I'm running my panel. Shut up.
So do you want me to speak or you want everybody to talk over me?
I'm addressing my panel. Get them to shut the fuck up so you can actually speak. Is that okay?
If they listen to you, hey, control your panel.
All right.
I don't know what to say. I'm talking.
I don't know what to say. Did you control your panel? No, you didn't. Go ahead.
I did. You was able to talk.
No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't.
Even though
I wasn't.
That's like how you doing right now.
No, I wasn't.
All right. So anyway, the majority of America is not in jail. Majority of black men are not in jail. Majority of black men that was raised in a single mother household is not in jail. So this stat that you're coming up with is for no reason. It's a logical fallacy. It doesn't make no sense.
Oh, okay. No, hold on a second. Let's get back to you, okay? So all the boys that you getting off the street and training, okay? How did they get in that spot?
Those was different situations. A lot of them do come from households where they was married. So it's just that people are not educating these young black boys and letting them know that they could be.
So the vast majority of people that you train come from a two-parent household. That's what you're saying.
Yes, a lot of yes. Yes, a vast majority of them come from two-parent households.
Okay.
A lot of the young men they also come from Jesus. Okay.
Dude. You
You
want to play your panel and see what the kind of fuckery that was going on in your panel?
Sure, you can see that you was talking. Yes, you was
and guess who was talking underneath me?
You asked me a question. I'm talking. So I don't know if you want to let's have a conversation. I'm with you. Listen, I understand you upset at me. I'm trying to have a conversation.
What I'm saying, we already had the conversation, man. Okay, you failed that one already. We just going through the motion right now. Okay,
right. And so, like again, so majority of black young men that come from single black mother households are not a piece of ish like how y'all trying to make it seem like that. These young black boys that come from single mother households.
No one said that. No one said that.
Right, but that is what he was trying to communicate.
No one said that.
No.
Wait. How do you come to that conclusion? If he didn't say it,
he said majority
of what? Of people that go to prison that are black,
what demographic,
or that are homeless.
So, okay.
So I don't know if you know my background.
What demographic is majority?
Yes. Shut up for a second, okay?
I don't know if you know me or know my background.
Charles.
Why would I know you?
Hey, okay, I'm gonna mute both of you, okay? It's breaking down to a female panel all of a sudden, okay? Basically, words are important. He said of the demographic that are homeless, who's the most, right? He didn't say everybody.
Right. The homeless thing, I don't know those stats off the top, but I do know the jail stats is not black men are not the majority.
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are. 60%.
I just Googled it. I just had one of my mentees Google it.
Yeah, in other words, the black men that are homeless, or the black men that go to prison, or black men that drop out of high school, blah blah blah, are the problem people. Okay, what is the common denominator?
Right. So you saying that? Okay. So I could agree with you with this part. That
did you answer my question? Do you know or not?
No, I don't know. So this way you could talk.
In other words, you didn't answer my question. I'm saying
I was trying to.
No, really? Okay. But like he said, by all means, retort.
I have some stats here.
No, that's okay. Let him roll. Okay, retort if you know. You're not doing very well, right? But retort.
I'm trying to speak.
Now, don't try. Go ahead and speak. It's open.
No, he's researching.
He's researching. Okay. Oh, he's Googling. He's Googling.
This is the part where. Okay. This is the part where I don't know if you know my background, but when it comes to the criminal justice system, I was the first stop.
Yep.
So
I'm right behind you to reinforce what you're saying, Charles.
So when it comes to black boys and having businesses, instead of trying to argue with me about that, you're talking to one out of two of the guys who wrote an initiative for black boys. You're talking to a guy with this. What's the question I asked her, Arts?
Mm-hmm.
How old were you at 20 to 21 years old? What was the most money you made at that age?
You asking me?
Yes.
I was making plenty of money at 21. So
dollar amount.
That's not an answer.
That's not an answer, brother.
So at 21, I was making around like 4,000 to 5,000 a week.
Okay.
Good, because I've given jobs and armed security and executive protection to young men making $100 every half an hour. So when it comes to these demographics, I literally had to study it not only in the academy, but also at the university. When you look at the causes of this, why do single father homes get the same results as two parent homes?
Exactly.
Charles,
And that
I'm sorry, but
go
So
ahead.
again,
Go
so
ahead.
I just really
again,
wanted to read what's on the
so
screen
again,
right
you
now.
are reading the stats wrong. So again,
He's reading them wrong. Okay, go ahead. Read them right then.
No,
right,
read what's on the
because
screen. How about that?
No. Read them right.
I'm talking about what this man just said.
Read them right.
So,
You said read the
so
stats
this
wrong. Read
man,
them right.
I'm talking to what this man just said, right? So again, majority of households that is single mothers, they are not raising, the majority of these households are not raising people to go to jail or be homeless.
okay.
Nobody raises anybody to go
No,
to jail.
no.
Okay, so
Okay.
stop.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Can I make a retort, BGS, to that?
Go ahead, man, because we got about
Because I'm gonna say
we got
this
about
to you.
15 more minutes of this, man, because this is actually good.
I'm gonna say this to you, right? What I said exactly was, why do single father homes get the same results as two parent households?
Exactly.
Single mothers, by FBI statistics, their homes are 5 times more likely to have children that are sexually or physically, which means beaten, assaulted.
And can I jump
But
in there and
yet,
talk about? Can I talk
but
about
yet,
statistics really quick?
Let him finish.
Charles, you got 30 seconds, and then we're gonna.
Charles,
but yet, why do you see a better push and better children from single father homes than you see single mother? When you see those single mother,
That's not true.
Let him finish. Let him, okay.
Oh,
Okay. I know reading comprehension is kind of not done in the black community, but come on, man, you got to do better. Okay.
you're talking to a guy who read these
No,
files, man.
he doesn't understand what you're saying, so he's
Oh,
interpreting it. Okay, that's the problem. Go ahead, James. Is
all
it
right.
James?
Go ahead,
James.
James. Go ahead, James.
Sharon, you from Brooklyn, right?
Yep.
How old are you?
What does it matter? 43.
Thank you.
All right. So let's
You're
keep
welcome.
it. We're gonna keep it all the way 100. If you were raised on the East Coast or the West Coast, or we just within the last 20 years, from crack era, 93, 5 strike rule, you cannot tell me, especially in Brooklyn, how many dudes was getting locked up left and right for the most pettiest crimes and getting football numbers, and tell me that majority of those households there was men in the households. Especially if you talk about you're from Brooklyn. Brooklyn has gentrified like crazy
Yeah.
compared to where it was.
That comes from Hope Six and especially after 1993 and with the broken window theory. Basically, we talked about actually what's in Jason Black actually did a movie on there called Gentrified, right? Okay, go back to Hope Six and look up basically the not the crime bill but the stop and frisk. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that came right after the Rodney King riots in 1992. George Bush came back and passed what he called Hope Six. That started the gentrification of American black cities, and basically New York, Los Angeles, Atlanta, and Chicago were actually targeted. Okay.
Yes.
The broken
That was
window
the main
theory.
reason why you had the
Yeah,
what do you call that?
The broken window. I actually did a video on it. I probably have to go back because I did this like God. It's got to be 2014, maybe 2015. I'd actually go back and pull this shit back up. Okay, with exactly where these policies actually came from. But go ahead. Go finish, James.
Yeah,
finish,
I was
James,
just saying the fact that you had the situation, we call them the angels. They were roaming the
The
streets, and
guardian angels.
yes,
Okay.
them angels wasn't really real. They were shaking a lot of shaking people down.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Panthers did too, but that's
yeah,
beside the
but
point.
you know what I'm saying? It was more
Yeah.
on the for the law enforcement side, right?
Yeah.
Because
Mhm.
he knows what I'm talking about. So this is where many of us on this panel are frustrated by hearing this, what you're stating, because the evidence and the history, and those who are old enough who saw things, especially in urbanized neighborhoods, would basically look at you and say, yo, what you were saying is dead wrong. It does not reflect. I work in the prison system. 70-80% of them dudes
Right, but so
hold on, let me finish, brother.
okay.
70 of them
Yeah, we got a whole bunch of
males.
people we got to get
Yeah,
through.
I'll finish.
Okay?
I'm gonna end
No
this.
doubt.
No, go
They're
there. Yeah.
males.
Mhm.
They all, at the end of the day, you don't think I talk to them? You don't think Charles BGS is not marked amongst these young dudes and say, "Yo, you could do X, Y, Z." At the end of the day, when you ask them, "Where's your father?" He wasn't around. Who's Ma Deuce talks crazy. Da da da. It's a perpetual. It's a negativity. Period. Brothers never had a chance, especially come from a single parent household.
Right.
Go
So
ahead, McDrama Bear.
oh, okay.
Really quick, what I want to say is when we're bringing up statistics, there's a difference between correlation and causation, right? And so when we're bringing up these numbers, 80%, 70, whatever about the single mothers, it's not necessarily that them being a single mother always directly causing these negative outcomes, right? It's just describing an environment where these things happen to happen at a certain kind of rate, right? And so just because you are in, and it's the same thing, like I see you're coming from a place where you have a mission and you don't want people, what about these Black boys? Are they bad too? When you're diagnosing a problem, you got to be able to say if it's stage 4 cancer or not. Like you can't beat around the bush. Now it doesn't make the person bad if they have these things to work on, and it doesn't make them unredeemable, right? But it also means if you're trying to run a society and you have a limited number of resources, maybe the first thing you want to do is triage and stop young men becoming this thing first, and then circle backing around and seeing what you can do when they get older, right? And so I think that's why the pressure is being put on when they're young and when they're under the care of the mother to make sure things are done right. Because if you do it well till they're 12, it's like you have so much less to worry about. So I'm gonna land it there.
Okay. So
hold on.
I would like to address something if you don't mind.
You could.
Okay.
You got 30 seconds to address it, man. Go ahead.
Thanks. Appreciate it. So my problem is that y'all keep focusing on the minority of Black folks, and we cannot solve the problem in our neighborhoods, and we keep focusing on a minority. We got to solve for the majority. Majority of the men.
No, let him finish.
The majority of young Black men in the ghetto neighborhoods, they are not going to jail.
So where are they going?
They are going to work. They are going to school.
Where?
They are trying to better themselves. They're working at these small jobs, these odds and end jobs. They're not really having careers. The problem is that they need to figure out. Oh my God! They need to figure out ways how to get careers, and we need.
Are you suffering ADHD or something? Because you
right, but when somebody's I'm talking and you interrupted, so I'm not sure.
I didn't interrupt you. I'm co-signing. Okay. I didn't stop you from talking.
Yeah, men don't usually do that. So what I'm saying,
bullshit. I don't know how long you're doing this bullshit. Okay.
So, like when y'all talking, I don't talk. I let you get your whole
bullshit.
I don't
bullshit.
Okay.
All right.
How many times have you interrupted? No. How many times have you interrupted?
I don't interrupt.
Yes, you do.
Bullshit.
Oh my God.
Real men tell the truth.
Come on, but go ahead. Finish your thought.
Oh, appreciate it. So again, just to reiterate, just step it back just a little bit. Majority of the young Black men, they are not going to jail. They are working. The problem is they're not focusing on career driven professions, and we need older men that do have the results to push them in the direction of careers instead of jobs. That's the issue that's happening.
And can I say something real quick?
So,
No, good. Let Art go because we don't have a limited amount of time, man. We've already proven the point, okay? But we don't even prove the point. We just an exercise right now. Go ahead, Art.
So, but this is the issue that you failing to realize. You can say that with the adults and that you're trying to do, but they have to be acceptable to the things that you're saying. And if they are not raised and trained at a very young age to accept those things or trained to be malleable to those things, it's not going to work. And I can tell you from personal experience, mentoring young Black men that I've had in my 20s, when they came to single mothers, those single mothers did not give a fuck about them kids when it came to the girls or the boys. And I can tell you a personal experience where I went over a single mother's house. She had 2 girls over there, and she was more interested in being over her man's house than even knowing my name and my phone number. So that way that she can get in contact with me if something happens to her daughter. And she left me at home with their kids. Anything could have happened. But she didn't care.
Yeah.
And I see this time and time again when it comes to single mothers. They care more about what's going on in their life than in their children's life.
Daily, hold on. Daily rundown. The link is in the chat if you want to come up, man. We got about 15 more minutes because hold on.
Yes. Can I say something real quick? What about
am I talking?
Yes, you are. I wanted to ask.
Did you just interrupt me?
I asked you.
No, did you just interrupt me?
Interrupting. I'm asking you. Can
I? It's semantics. Okay.
Okay.
In mid sentence, right? No. Can I finish? Is it okay? Is it okay? Because you just interrupted me like twice. Is it okay? Anyway, daily rundown. Links in the chat if you want to come up and chime in. I got about 15 more minutes before I bounce out of here. Okay, I've already proven my point, but go ahead. Now, go ahead, Sharon.
All right, so if you bring him up, I will drop down. It's just like how you and Big J is.
Okay. Y'all don't get okay.
So that's why I was trying to. I wasn't trying to interrupt. I was just trying to let you know that.
But you know why I said that?
No problem.
No. Remember, you said when a man talks, you don't interrupt. Remember, you said that.
Yes.
Yes. I want you to acknowledge that. Okay. Well, shit. Well, go ahead.
Yeah.
Who's actually next? Okay.
I'll try to.
I was going to address him, but I got.
Yeah, you don't have to, dude. You got 9 people on this panel. Okay.
Yeah. Here's the problem that I see with Sharon.
Okay.
He's tackling belief, and he's short on data. I think that's one of the biggest problems. The second problem that I see is what Art was talking about. He's only speaking to those who are receptible. The things that we are addressing, we're addressing a large swath of young men, because here's the bottom line. A bad young man in a neighborhood, that has a multiplying effect because they tend to join each other. This is how you get gangs.
Mm-hmm.
And young people tend to influence each other. That's the reason why we have that, that axiom about, one bad apple in a barrel. We know that this happens because they become sort of a cancer to the group. And so what do parents do naturally? We take our children out of districts. We take them out of schools. We want to get them away from that element that's going to be a bad influence on our children. And the last thing I want to say about why it's so important for fathers to have their children. I'm not sure if Sharon subscribes to a religion, but in most religions, especially in Christianity, the child belongs to the father, and there was a good reason for that. And these men figured this out when they wrote these books 6,000 years ago. The stuff that we're tackling now, they had already tackled because they were dealing with the same things. So you're sitting here on this end of history doing the same thing that a lot of uninformed young men did, saying that this was wrong because that's the gynocratic way of looking at things. But we already know that the gynocrat is the problem. And I'm gonna land it there.
Okay, who's next?
I just have one thing to say,
real quick, because we're trying to get some people who haven't spoken. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say in regards to.
I see you. I see you, Simp God. Who are you? Type in who you really are. Are you not? If this is, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the daily rundown, dude. Yeah.
Okay. You guys cannot be up together, so that's by his request. I'm gonna honor his request. Okay. You can, when he drops down, you can come up. Okay. Is that cool? All right. Go ahead. Finish.
Yeah, I was just saying. I mean, the thing I think, Sharon, again, we're in the same age group. Everything has drastically changed, right? Except for the main thing that this panel has discussed over many years. There's been studies. The United States government has even gotten involved. BJ's the Monahan report is that the factor is this: when you are not promoting young men, especially black men, to be the forefront, you're going to have a degenerate society. And this is the thing you see it in Brooklyn, you see it in Compton, you see it in LA, Houston, all over. The fact that you have, for example, what's that boy's name? That drill music, the shit they call from Chicago. You know what I'm talking about with King Von. You have boys listening to that Chicago drill music, had no problems. All of a sudden they talking about ops and doing all this craziness, right? And then it makes you think, okay, if there were men that were allowed to be to stop that shit, you wouldn't have all this social influence, as Dead said and mentioned, and as the Bible has mentioned, and other religions have mentioned. And that's the point where I hope you can understand, because you can't tackle this as an individual thing, especially like being in Brooklyn, New York. You can't tell me all these kids are, or they're not career driven. It's too expensive, one, and number two, they're gonna be a product of the environment. If you in certain parts of Brooklyn where it's flashy drugs, all this stuff, the fact that you got NYPD cops leaving in droves, you can't. You have to have men to step in that role to stop all this nonsense.
I
I
like
land
to,
from there.
I
Okay.
like to say thank you, BGS, because
Mm-hmm.
thanks to you at the party. But
Okay. All right.
I,
Yo, go,
I
what you
want to
leave?
say this.
Go ahead, real quick.
I'm gonna say this real quick. I have nearly, well, if you count the military, well over 20 years of experience with this criminal justice system. Let's look at the factual actuals. Majority of the black boys can't find jobs because they've been promoted. Because look at the jobs around. Even when you look at your local McDonald's
How you
and
gonna get a
all these,
good job when you can't fucking read?
you can't read. And if you try to go to McDonald's, Roll Farms, or they're mostly given to females. The
And,
females in our
and,
community, especially
mm,
the young ones, have been promoted over the boys for decades. And then you're demoralized because you're set on middle class white male standards that nobody wants to get you into a AP class. God, if you see a young black boy in a goddamn advanced class, that motherfucker's a superhero. You're
you know,
not encouraged to go to college. And think about this right now. How many times have you heard mothers say, you know what? I'm going to give my child to the father because they're going to raise them better. They're going to be stricter. None. You hardly ever hear that in the black community. And we got to stop being disingenuous. And this ain't a personal shot at anybody, but this is just a statement. We have to stop being disingenuous about the criminality of our community, the problematic shit that goes on in our community. We cannot be turn a blind eye. I don't see this. We know goddamn well in our community, majority of the kids are not two-parent homes. We know goddamn well. Here's the point of saying that statistic real quick.
and wrap it up a
The
little bit.
more you have, there's a higher likelihood of being raised in a single mother home for you to go down a rabbit hole. It's not saying all single mothers are bad, but the statistics are against you. When you're raised in a single mother home, you're starting in a negative bucket, and that's the point. But hopefully, everybody comes to
You know, being in the pro-black community, right, and being in the pro-black stuff, and we've been talking about this shit for 35 years. We've been preaching to the women, preaching to the choir about how to fix this shit. Guess what? Nobody does. It constantly stays the same. And
because
basically,
they love it. They love it.
fixing broken boys is great. The thing is, fixing the goddamn problem is hard. Okay,
And you know,
hold on
I'm
now.
gonna just say this last part of my
Can I really finish my thought? Okay, I'll let you finish your thought. Please let me finish. Is it okay? Okay, that's why I said it is over. Okay, it's not just women perpetuate this faulty culture. Okay, it's also the men. Sharon is part of it. I can't blame the women. Okay, you can't blame the women. You can't get on the single mother. You can't fix this shit. Guess what? Let it limp along until it comes apart. It's already going to come apart. Okay, America's going to come apart. Okay, and y'all have no idea what's getting ready to come down the pike for you, for these boys. Okay, and y'all acting like, oh, if we just keep doing the same thing over again, hide the shit that the women are doing, everything's going to be okay. Okay, just when they get when they even though they can't read, even though they can't really do math, even when they get out, blah blah blah, we gonna find them a construction work shit until guess what? Until they bring a whole bunch of Latinos and Mexicans, people like that, they have the skills and compete against you. Okay, which is something that. Thank God for Donald Trump. Okay, that's all I can say. It's all you talking about all that construction stuff that you do, all that stuff that you do. He just pushed out your competition. Thank God for Donald Trump. Okay,
Oh
people
yeah.
don't like it, but thank God for Donald Trump because of them boys that you try and hire and get on. Okay, okay. There's one less person that's in their way to compete against against them for their labor. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And I will say this to Sharon.
And we're gonna drop Sharon down in a minute. You know, we're gonna give him like it's 2 minutes. You say it, your Sharon is 2 minutes. We're gonna drop him down and bring up I think the daily whatever it is. Okay, we're gonna bring him up since Sharon doesn't want to be on the same panel with him. So go ahead. Say it to Art. Say your piece. We're gonna give Sharon his 2 minutes. We're gonna drop him down. Okay.
I will say this to Sharon. If you're really about Black boys, you should go down to the school district, and in your position as being a constructor, you should advocate for Black boys to be in shop class to get them those skills, so that way they can be expert carpenters and woodworking and all that other stuff, because that will only help your business and that can help them get jobs and stuff like that. But far too many times when I go on to C-SPAN and to my local area, I don't see people that look like us advocate for people for us.
Yeah.
So in that aspect, do we really care?
No. We Black folks want to be comfortable in what they know, and that's the whole problem. And that's why most of the stuff I do, especially hard-hitting stuff, goes on Patreon, right? That's how come, I give people like Sharon a chance because, you hit me. I went over to see what you're about, okay? And, I gave you, I'm talking to you, giving you a chance, but guess what, man? I am too old, and I've been doing this too long, and I'm tired, okay? If you don't know what you're talking about, I don't, like my PhD said, dude doesn't know what he's talking about. Why are you listening to him, okay? Why are you listening to him? Go ahead, Sharon. You got 2 minutes. Go ahead. Close it out. Close your statement. I'm gonna bring Daily up after you finish.
Okay.
Go.
Good.
Go.
Yeah. So again, the way how you're using the stats is all wrong. Again, majority of our young Black men are not in jail. Majority of our young Black men need guidance on what careers to chase. Majority of them don't know which way to go, and we need more professionals to be around them so they can be led in a proper way. So this way they can get better at reading, know what books to read. Not just read it. They need to have comprehension skills. That's the real problem. It's not necessarily read it. They can read all the top books, but they have horrible comprehension skills. They have horrible communication skills as well, because nobody's taking the time out just to explain to them how to use communication, understand how to move in this world. A lot of them don't this, and it's just sad. And it's just sad. It's sad to see that a lot of grown Black men believe that majority of young Black boys are incarcerated, when it's just not true. Just because you're from the hood doesn't mean that you went to jail, go to jail, or you are in a gang. It's just not true that majority of Black boys are from single mother households are doing horrible.
15 seconds. Yeah, 15 more seconds.
Hey, well, I try to talk, but anyway, that's really what man was saying. That we need professional Black men to talk to these young Black boys so we can give them some solutions and a direction to go, so they can start looking for careers instead of just jobs. That's
okay. All right. Okay. I'm gonna drop you down and bring up Daily. What's his name? Okay.
Well, right. I just want to say thank you for having me.
Okay.
I thought this show was about us having a conversation. I don't know what we need people that's here to just, how Big J came up here. He was trying to just argue with you. You know what I'm saying? I dropped.
What I'm saying is, if basically you could have come up one-on-one, you could have come up first when the link was first put down. You didn't. Okay. They're trying to tell you hit the link. You didn't. Okay. You came up after the whole panel came up. Okay. Or you could email me, hey, Bree, just bring me up. Okay, I'd have brought you up. You want to have a conversation with me, which is probably they probably saved you because it don't matter. Go ahead, man. I'm gonna bring up Daily.
You know what? You didn't really want to have a fucking conversation.
Wow.
Wow, testy.
So feisty.
You know, I mean, when you
You wanted to
when
clip.
you're that,
that's that bitch made shit, man. I hate
Yeah,
that.
it is.
Yeah, it is.
do you know that's too much bitch in your blood, dude?
Yeah.
I
And they
mean,
say that about statistics too. There's a lot of
and
bitches and niggas in single parent
Yeah,
households.
I know.
and I gotta ask you, BGS.
The thing is, he's mad because you did not know what the fuck you were talking about, and
No.
that was your goddamn problem. That's all it was.
I gotta ask you, BGS.
Yes, sir.
I gotta ask you. We go back for over a decade now, right?
Yeah.
Been a cop for the longest time. Been associated with law enforcement, military for over 25 years. Actually, 26. At one time, did I say every black boy's in jail?
Yeah.
But the majority demographic in jails right now are whom?
Black man.
Black man.
And a majority of those black men in jail come from what type of households?
Single parent.
You know, the
Single
thing
parent.
is, thing is, for the past 30 years, man, they've been printing out the stats forever about the same shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
The same shit. I don't know. The thing is, you're trying to pretend.
Boss, our stats and statistics,
go ahead.
they ain't right. They not right. Them stats and statistics ain't right. That's what he said. He told us we was a lie.
Well, thing is, when you say shit like that, all you're proving is that you are not educated to the point where you think that you think you are, and that's all it proves. Okay? That's why I didn't want to argue about it. Go ahead, real quick, and go get the daily rundown. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know what kills me? This motherfucker live right next to Rikers.
Okay.
That's it. I wanted to say that before he left. I said, fam, you live next to Rikers. Who's in there?
But a lot of this is coming under the backdrop of that table 43 that they keep on beating us over the head with. It states it right there in clear English. 70% of the crimes in the United States are committed by white males alone.
Yeah.
70%.
Yeah.
And yet you got 60% of black men in jail.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And a third with records. And a third with goddamn records.
The thing is, how do you prevent these boys from going to jail? Aren't we tired of these boys going to fucking jail?
Exactly.
Aren't we tired? Aren't the women tired of sending their boys to jail?
They're not, because that's
how they can control them.
What's one of my best friends say? When you dance with the devil, he doesn't change, you do. Think of how much they benefit if your black ass in jail.
Yes.
They get the kids, they get whatever child support or government assistance.
Yeah.
They get to play victim. But yet, at some point, if I have nothing to do with this child at all, how the fuck can you blame me for the damage you've done?
The thing, that's why I said it's over. Basically, the majority of black guys talk just like Sharon, okay? Okay? Sharon? Well, I don't know how to pronounce it, but just like him. That's why it's over. It's not going to get fixed. It's not going to get fixed because nobody wants this shit fixed. That's why it's over. Let it collapse. You know, I'm tired. Go ahead.
It's Sharon when his animus is going. When his animus is going.
I know. We're not going to go in on like that, okay? We try to keep it respectful. Thing is, I thought we were going to have a fucking conversation. You did. You got a whole conversation. Okay, we asked you for your facts, data, and statistics. You couldn't give any.
Yeah, he was dealing with belief.
He's dealing with belief. You just don't want your shit challenged. That's all. Go ahead. Daily, go ahead.
How you guys doing?
Pretty good
this evening. And shout out to you, BGS. I'm pretty sure you never heard of me, but
No.
I know all about you.
Okay.
I've studied you for years. I even know that you was the one that came up with the name The Godfather. So shout out to you and rest in peace to Kevin. I know all about you, man. I'm very studious. I'm a black father.
Actually, that was
married.
me, but I'm not going to say that.
Shout out to
good.
Conquest,
Doesn't matter.
man.
Good. Go ahead.
I'm a black father. I have a black wife. 5 black children. Graduated from Central Michigan University. And before I even get into some of the stuff, I just want to knock out some of the stuff that Sharon said. According to the Department of Education, there's over 1.4 million black men in college right now, where there's about 700,000 black men incarcerated. So there's more black men in college right now than black men incarcerated. This is a statistical fact. And black men and black women, some stats may say that black women out earn black men in degrees, but nevertheless, black men and black women are earning degrees at a higher rate than they did compared to, let's say, my fathers who were born in the 1960s. Because it's more affordable. And a lot of us, like myself, has never been on child support.
It's more affordable. It's also because Bill Clinton to actually get rid of welfare, open up the college, more spots in college. Okay.
Trade
So,
acts.
so basically, your college enrollment doubled after 1996.
And look at the date on that college flip, because that happened under Obama.
Yeah.
More black men started going to college than in jail. That flip happened under Obama.
Yeah, because the deconstruction of the incarceration state has started under Bush late term, and actually accelerated on Obama, and continued under Trump. Actually started going back up under Biden. I don't know why.
But BGS, I didn't come up here to speak about
No, go ahead.
my history with
No, go ahead. No, you can do it
with Sharon, right?
You can do whatever you want, man. I don't care.
For the most part, I said what some of the stuff I said in the chat. I won't bring to the panel because I'm not really a messy person. I usually don't like listening to black men who married to white women. That's just a personal thing. But we do have men who respect interracial relationships, and unfortunately, I have to respect how they feel too, because we all Americans. But what I will say is this: Sharon lacks balance, and like you just said, a lot of men speak like him. A lot of men lack balance, and what I mean by that. Everything isn't the black men's fault, and everything isn't black women's fault. I genuinely believe that a lot of the issues that we face have come from black men and black women, right?
Okay.
For example, if you study, let's say,
but where's the sticking point?
So my sticking point,
no,
my
where's
point,
between the black man and black woman? Where's the sticking point? Where do you think?
I would say more of the issues come from the people who raise the children, which, as you know, is black women.
Not just the women, not just the poor mothers, the single mothers that can barely scratch up 2 cents, all the way up to the academics. Okay? I talk to PhDs. Okay, I see what they go through. I see them getting fired for trying to speak out for black men. This stuff goes way up. Okay, it has been for a long time. Go ahead.
I think that a lot of the dudes like him, they shame men like you. And they say men like you shame women, right? But I think what we need to talk about, in my opinion, is socioeconomics and education.
Okay.
Because I think those two things play the biggest parts.
What does that mean?
Well, like when you read like the Moynihan report, Patrick Moynihan said that a lot of black men, they couldn't provide, not because they were lazy, like they say, not because black men didn't want to, was because they didn't have the same opportunities as the other men of other races, right? And you can even see this in, let's say, Wiley College down in Marshall, Texas, which was the first black college to ever win a debate against a white university, specifically Harvard. They didn't have the same textbooks. They didn't have the same education. They didn't have the same school buses to transport them. They didn't have any protection in the South, right? So it made it harder for black men, those socioeconomics at the time, to compete with other races, according to what I know. And I think that today, African American communities suffer from the same socioeconomics.
Why do you think black men in black families deferred to educating themselves first back then?
In my opinion, sir, it was the way that you can get a job.
No, they could always get jobs. What jobs could black women get back then?
Oh, you said black women. I thought you meant like black men. Why would we want education?
No. Why do you think they deferred to giving the girls education first back then?
I really want to know.
In other words, where if the girls didn't have an education, where would she work? For whom?
Pleasure houses.
No. She worked for the white man, right?
Right.
Yep.
As a maid, as a cook, something like that. What would happen to her if she worked for the white man?
Servitude.
She get raped.
Okay. Oh yeah, sexual assault. Right.
Sexual assault, rape. So guess what? Guess what black men did? Okay, instead of taking his son and putting his son through college or letting his son go past the 6th grade, guess what he did? He pulled him out of school. Do what? Earn money for the family so they can do what? Send that girl to school, make her finish high school, maybe send her to college.
Sense of protection.
A sense of protection. Guess what? After all that stuff and all black women getting more educated, guess what? They shitted on us.
Yep. You ain't shit.
Yeah. And we can even go outside of the culture because white women shitted on white men because they handed white women the world on a platter and they called them misogynists for it.
Yeah,
this is a female thing.
But the thing is, we could go through chapter and verse. I'm gonna let you get stuff off because it would take way too long to go through. Because we're 10 years, we've broken this down from the dot to the tittle. Okay, so in other words, there's nothing that we haven't broke down about black culture. We can actually give you the books and papers and all that kind of bullshit that go along with it.
I can give you all kinds of books.
You get all kind of books. We have read so much and talked so much and broke this stuff down. We know exactly what happens and why. And the thing is, the problem is on top, the people that make policy, okay? And this is something that my PhDs taught me. The people that make policy come out of these schools and go into leadership positions in the industry, in government, stuff like that. I think it's 3 out of 5 or 4 out of 5 of black politicians are what? Black women. They're black women. They're not black men. Okay. How come if 4 out of 5 black politicians are black women, how come they don't advocate for their boys?
I think that's a good point to be made. I see, and I think that's why I push for education, because me looking at it like the stats, there's a direct correlation between households that are doing better and households that are not, and it's usually headed by 2 parents who have higher education, whether it's plumbing, no matter what it is, some form of trade or degree, right?
So of 2-parent households, what percentage does that make up of the black community?
It's not high. I don't have the direct number, but it's not. I know it's not high.
It's not high. It's just about a quarter.
Yep.
Okay, it's about a quarter, and a lot of the ones that are married are not making that much money. Okay,
no, they're not.
You're barely scraping by.
Yeah, I think BJs, you said this or one of the gentlemen on the panel months ago that single black men actually make more than married black men, due to the fact of just obviously stress factors, the battling between the sexes, and all these.
It's funny because for every other group of people, right? Okay, being married is an advantage. Okay.
Yes.
The only my mentor, she's told me that, man, years ago. She's very famous in the pro-black community, right? Okay. She told me black people are the only people that actually upside down in male-female relationships. Every factor is fucking upside down. Okay. Black men actually live longer and make more money not being married.
Yep.
How does that happen? How are you different from white men and Asian men and Latino men? Why are we different?
You know what that common denominator is.
We ain't going to speak on it, right? Okay.
Because you're a Negro, that's why.
The thing is, and that's why I'm not so much like you, man. I'm not so much on people like you, okay? Because you guys are what I call pedestrians, okay? I'm on the people that are up there in reading the fucking books, reading the statistics, and failing to do any shit about it, and actually lying about it, like your politicians, right? Your fucking female black politicians lying their ass off. There's all types of programs and what you call it, bills or not bills, or basically bills for black men and black boys that have been up there for years, and they will not touch it because they do not want you to have power. That's the fucking problem. And this is from all the way down from the projects all the way up to the president's office. Okay, so I pull this shit out. The thing is, are we going to fix this stuff or not? But the thing is, we're not going to fix it. We don't address the black female. Guess what? Ain't shit going to get fixed because she's comfortable where she is.
Yep.
Do you think that we should support? Cause I'm in Chicago right now. Do you think we should support more like black mayors, like a Brandon Johnson? Because he's one of those black mayors. Him, Eric Adams, mayor of New York. People.
In other words, basically, you should promote policy. I don't care what color the guy is. If he's gonna promote if he's a fucking racist ass, what's an Indian from India, right? If he's promoting a policy that will work for you, elect his ass, okay?
Yep.
Stop. Everybody wants their name on it. Oh, he's racist and he's okay. If he's gonna put policies in that work for you, elect his ass. We have to be pragmatic about this shit. We're too emotional about this shit.
No, there was a lot of
And basically, your black mayor, so to speak, was trying to keep those migrants to spend money on the fucking migrants that were taking your goddamn jobs.
hell yeah, and still trying, still defending.
That's
A
true.
lot of
He
those
did.
black mayors are actually
So how does him being black help you?
a lot of those black mayors are the biggest gynocrats in town.
You know what I'm saying is how does that black mayor help you? How does his color help you?
He is I don't know. So for me, I live in Lake County, and he is the mayor of Cook County, but I do see a lot of policy that he's trying to implement on the south side of Chicago, and that's predominantly where the African Americans stay at. However, you're also right about the immigration stuff too, right? So I try to take the good with the bad. So I understand that he have constituents that's not African American like me, but the ones that I do see him out there trying to help, the money that I see him put into certain programs that's going specifically to inner city black schools, I think that's a good thing. But at the same time,
I'm not in Chicago, so I can't comment on whether he's a good mayor or a bad mayor. Okay, I can't.
Yeah.
Okay, but I know that motherfucker spent $150 million or $200 million on these migrants. And they were shooting up the south side of Chicago, a whole bunch of other crap. Ask the Board of Education about this particular mayor and see if they're happy with it.
The fact that they shut down schools, and then when the migrants came, they opened them up, and they told those families like, "Oh, we can't fund it." Like, I got some folks in Chicago, man. We have different perspectives, but from what I see, and I think the panel sees, is I don't know about him. Johnson's he on some other shit.
What I'm saying is I can't get down to the nitty gritty details because I'm not in Chicago. Okay, so I can't speak on him to that. The thing is, if the policies that he's implementing on your behalf, because he's your representative, work for you, elect him. Okay, keep him where he is. If he works for you, if he doesn't, get rid of his ass. And if he's a racist ass cracker, but his policy actually work for you, elect that motherfucker. Okay.
Exactly.
I don't know how plain I can actually get. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes,
and
sir.
This is something that me and Charles can speak to because both of us are in Baltimore, and we know
especially the governor.
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
Fuck that nigga. You got a black governor and a goddamn black mayor and a black male state's attorney, and does it feel fucking safe to you? Fuck no.
No.
I mean, is the new mayor turning things around, or is it the same?
Yeah, turning things around and dropping that shit like fine china.
Okay. Well, that's you know what the thing is. I know if I was in Baltimore, I'd probably be in a black site someplace because I would be never close my mouth. This nigga's causing too much trouble. Okay.
Yeah, the Department of Justice is always out here. I mean, how many people just went to jail, Charles?
Yeah.
I got work in the morning. So
Okay, all right.
I got to bid you guys
Go.
good night,
You want your 2 minutes? I'll give you 2 minutes. You want a closing thought? If you
I know. I mean,
really want.
I won't need 2 minutes. I would just say, I appreciate the conversation, man. Like I said, I'm a fan. I watch your show. I've known about you for years. Way before the big blow up of Kevin. You know what I'm saying? And the space that y'all created, you, him, Obsidian, Tommy, you know the names.
Yes.
So shout out to y'all and what y'all doing out here, man. And God bless y'all, man.
All right, bro. Appreciate you.
Yeah, one of the biggest problems that we have here in Baltimore is that we're drowning in money and it never gets to where it needs to be.
One of the top 3, if not top 2, fucking areas to get money for education, and you were about to let a motherfucker with a 0.23 grade average walk across the stage.
Yeah.
You know what? If I was mayor of the fucking city of Baltimore, I would tell all the department heads everywhere, from the commissioner to the fire chief to everybody on down.
Yeah. Is he going? When he graduates? Is he going to Johns Hopkins?
John Hopkins allowed that.
It's like this other chick that couldn't read.
Yeah.
No. Johns Hopkins would have a conniption fit. They would.
Hey, they
would
might. Hey, they let that girl go to I forget what school it was. Okay,
It was
But you
UConn.
know that's
went to
but you know
UConn.
what?
With the UConn. Why not? Why?
But
How
you
come
know
you can't
what?
go to Johns Hopkins?
I still see this is the reason why I love being on here, because I got people who have not only intelligence but common sense. Put
Yeah.
those together, you got the power of God, apparently. One, that's the reason why DEI should go, because of shit like that.
Yeah.
Because
Department of Education, all that.
she could have, she damn near could have got a degree and would have been somebody. Let's say she went to the military or something, or she went somewhere, could have got a goddamn degree and led people. And you come to find out, yeah, I gave you those reports. Could you read this over for me? No, that's your job. Oh my God, this motherfucker can't read. Y'all hired this motherfucker to make 6 figures, and
Yeah.
she can. I'd have sued every goddamn body.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this real quick. If I was mayor of the city, I would have
Mhm.
every department head outside with a resume on my door and say, each one of you bitches got 15 minutes before I fire you to convince me not to fire you.
I would put a bug in Elon Musk's ear about this some shit like this. Okay, while they're cleaning house, hey, come over here. We got some sweeping to do. Okay.
Matter of fact, bring the vacuum, nigga. And a wrecking ball. And a wrecking ball.
Get them dust bunnies, okay?
Mhm. What's the old saying, BGS? A new broom might sweep the floor, but an old broom know where the dirt is.
Well, there it is. Yeah, exactly. Okay, y'all jump in because we got about 10 more minutes. Okay. I think basically I didn't even have to destroy him, man. He basically destroyed himself. Sharon. Okay. Well, I almost felt bad for him.
Do me a favor. You better clip that, BGS. You better clip that.
No, I said almost felt bad for him.
I said you gotta clip that shit. That was golden. Everybody was laughing. That was golden.
Oh, the laugh, yeah. I mean, I cracked up, man. So you got to be fucking kidding me, man.
Hey, always step on necks.
What if Charles said, "Why do you kick the nigga when he's down? Because your foot's
that much closer to your fist." That's why you always kick a man while he's down, because your foot's that much closer.
I could not help it, man. Come on, man. You know you don't know what the fuck you talking about. Come on.
And then what makes it even more golden? You're telling this shit to a cop.
Cops, men who've been drugged through the system, the whole 9 yards. We know what this thing is.
I had the statistics up on the screen.
No, nigga. Your statistics ain't right, nigga. They ain't right. They not right.
You're not reading them right, okay?
No, you don't live in a black city. So
One thing about black folks, they will find feeling in anything.
Anything.
Yeah. Hey, Art. I know how to make a lot of money this summer. We're gonna come out with T-shirts for niggas like him called "By the Power of Bitch Babble."
Well, how come 1 + 1 = 3? Because 2 hurts my feelings.
That's what's going on.
That's what's going on. What I'm saying is, I said I thought because you keep adding me and say I don't know what I'm talking about, right? And I get you up here and you embarrass yourself, okay? But then you keep doubling down on the same stupid shit. Like, I'm right. You just can't read the shit right. Come on, man.
BJ, that's a true Democrat. That is a
true Democrat, yo.
That is a true Democrat.
That's a gynocrat, man. Just a gynocrat. You know,
his mama raised him right.
His mama raised him right. Okay, you know, goddamn well, the people coming to you are not all 2-parent households. Come on, man.
The majority of black people don't even have 2-parent. Get the
fuck out of here.
Get the entire fuck out of here.
No,
as many black kids that I've talked to growing up in my 20s, 30s, and to find out they didn't have 2-parent households, they look at me like I'm an anomaly. It's fucking astonishing.
No. He said they raising them, they going to work, and they doing good deeds. That's what he said they doing.
They ain't doing shit.
What I'm saying is, okay, if that is the case, it would after 10 years, it will actually show up in your stats.
Yeah. There are certain things you do in a business, right? You keep your stats, you keep your taxes. And there's one thing that I always have. Even though the short time Black line's been around, the proof's in the pudding. When you have Hollywood stars say, man, I had guys who were in the business for 20 years and I never felt this protected. And you telling me you train these guys yourself? What Who speaks up for you? And that's the thing about it. Why do you say Jordan's the greatest? Everybody, ask all the motherfuckers he played against. Ask the people that came after him and before him.
Yeah.
It's called, what criteria do you come under? What challenge have you overcome? And when you can't even say we're reading the stats wrong, nobody ever said it's all.
The thing is, do you not understand English? Okay,
English, motherfucker. You understand?
He's talking about comprehension skills.
Yeah, I know.
Ridiculous.
What is the blind leading the blind? Okay, you teaching these boys comprehension skills. Okay, all right.
You just gotta understand. Most people like Dr. Omar, you have a fan base to keep knowing, and you have
Dr. Omar. What are we talking? I'm talking about Dr. Omar right now.
No. I'm talking generally. When people come here and then question the stats, said you're reading wrong because you have a fan base to keep the delusion going.
Oh, yeah. Well, Umar would never do some shit like that.
He would never do that.
He would never do that. Okay.
Yeah, but I think this guy's problem.
Would he talk around it? He might, but things he would never do that. Okay.
Because he would never do it. Yeah.
I think this guy's problem is that he truly bought into it. He actually believes it.
Okay.
It's hard for me to believe, like I said earlier, Rikers Island is full of black men. And you gonna tell me, oh, they just, you know what I'm saying, these brothers out here can't do it. I'm like, what?
What I'm saying I'm getting tired of looking at the stats, man. I'm tired of reading this shit year after year, day after day, man. 70% of black men earn less than $30,000 a year. What the fuck are you talking about?
Black people are feeling people. If they don't feel that it's right, it's not right.
Exactly.
I've had these same conversations with my cousins, my brother, and I can show them all the facts in front of their face, and they say, "Well, I don't feel like that's true." I throw my hands up. Like, I'm done.
And the thing is, I didn't go looking for him. Okay, and the first time I got on this panel, okay, I saw who's on there. Number one, number two, I saw it was some bullshit. I didn't come back. Hey, man, you know what? God bless you. Go do what you do. Okay, stop adding me. Okay, otherwise I'm gonna block you. So this is his chance. Okay, if you really know what you're talking about, it's your time to present. I think I gave him a fair chance. I don't know. Did I or did I not?
I mean, you let him lay out his point, and then you ask him and question his logic and everything, and he has shown that he doesn't really care about the information because he has an audience to appeal.
Okay, he kept saying that we didn't have a conversation. What are you talking about? Okay,
I would say he should press the link early if he was in the chat room. I mean, he's been watching.
What I'm saying, they wouldn't have done him any good because I was asking him about why about his message. Okay, if you about that stuff, really about the stuff you talk about, she actually laid down chapter and verse. Okay,
Well, BGS, I'm calling you out, partner. We're going to meet at the OK Corral, high noon. I'm going to come with my feelings and stats. You come with your feelings and stats, and we'll see who could cry it out the best.
Well, the thing is, he has those stats because all you had to do is ask him, like, where'd you get that from? And don't say your feelings. And
he was sitting there researching.
He was researching while we're talking, huh?
Yeah, that's the reason why I brought it up.
Well, we got to be very respectful to him because he does have a PhD from a YouTube University. So you got to give him credit.
He's a YouTube scholar. Okay,
YouTube scholar. Got to give him credit.
Okay, the thing is, if you don't know, man, you don't know. And I said I don't think that you know. Okay, and he says that he does, and when you prove that, guess what, man? You don't even know the basic statistics. Okay, this stuff, they've been talking about this since Moynihan. It's not new. So what are you talking about? You get, but it ain't because of single mothers. The thing is black culture. Okay, the stats bear it out. How you gonna teach somebody for an office job that can't read?
Yes, that was the main problem with black men trying to get into the workers market.
You can't even get into the military if you can't read.
The lack of education hindered them. They didn't realize that.
Didn't you mention that most of young black men who enter trades, their literacy rate caps in at the 6th grade or something? I remember these.
Yeah, something like that.
I think it was the 5th grade.
Yeah.
But follow me though.
Which is better than what it used to be, where they didn't have they could sign the name with an X and still do the work. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, I mean, this is, I think what bothers me with
See that shit?
with gentlemen like
They're working her
Hold on,
witchcraft.
hold on, L. Okay.
I think
Nah, my-
like I said, what bothers me is, you know, I hear the brothers trying to advocate for things, but the thing is, when you do not want to do the research, oh, I'm sorry, you're selective on the type of research.
He didn't do no research, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
It's just, it frustrates, man, because now it's just like you're reinforcing what we've always been saying along. Like you said, let this shit burn.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's why I asked him. When I asked him, okay, if you're running across the same problem with the same HVAC, because you do HVAC, okay, and it's the same fucking problem they always have to fix, what are you going to do with the manufacturer? You're going to tell them, hey, man, you have a problem consistently with this product. Can you fix it at the factory? I'm just going to ask for a new unit. That's not going to help you.
No, you're still dealing with a faulty unit.
You're dealing with a faulty
Exactly. That's the reason why we say there's a design flaw here. He didn't even have to.
I was like, it's like, oh, okay. I said, okay. I said, I gotta let it off him because he doesn't know. Okay,
yeah,
he's not capable. He didn't know.
It makes you wonder: is he really in the industry that he said he is? Because I don't know anybody who works in the trades who look at a unit and say, "Yeah, this is a piece of shit. They need to fix this shit."
No, we'll send it back. We'll just get a new one.
Well, the thing is, eventually they wouldn't. The thing is, if you get say a guy gets 3 units that have the same exact problem, right? Okay, that you have to fix, he's gonna stop buying that product.
Yeah.
In fact, my sister and I were just talking about this. She owns a Hyundai. I mean, she owns a Kia.
A Kia, okay.
Yeah, Kia has oil consumption problems. Everybody knows this. And so she went doing some research because her sensor started going off.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, do this, that, and the third. But this model across Hyundai and across all Kia engines have the same problem.
Yes.
And then we went back and we looked at the history of like the class action lawsuit that got dismissed, but the $2 billion that they paid out for the same problem. I was like, they didn't fix the problem.
Yeah.
So what was her solution? Well, I'm going to sell the car and get a Honda.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
That's what you do. I mean, what I'm saying is, even if you disagree, you can you see the logic of what we're actually talking about?
Exactly.
He didn't, because it will lead back to black women. He wants to protect black women at all costs because that's who's paying him.
Protect mama.
That's who's paying him. That's why most of his panel is females.
And that's the reason why you see the woman is not there to lead. What did you say, BJ? She is your helpmate.
She's supposed to be.
She is there to help. That's the only thing she can do.
Yeah.
Because men are the ones who build everything, who design the philosophies, do the laws, and everything else that got us to this point here, white, black, or otherwise. It was the men who did all that heavy lifting.
It's because men, by nature, men have the mind to explore and try new things. Women do not. Women learn from each other. They do what's already been tried and true. So when men learn it, hold on, let me finish. And conquer. Okay, you conflating what I'm getting ready to say. Okay, men explore. Men try things. That's why men go out and hunt and discover new lands. Okay, women don't do that shit. Okay, once he finds some place that's fertile and they've killed off all the animals, blah blah blah, they bring the women along. Okay, and women settled it because they learn from each other. They pass shit down. Men learn new things. Women do not. The vast majority don't.
They're nesters.
Yeah,
they're nesters. That's the biological function. Okay, and that's how men and women work.
Impossible.
We're gonna go out there. We're gonna go out there with Diane and Stephanie, and we're gonna go out there and hunt, baby, because women can do it too.
Sharon, if you want to come back up, you got we're getting ready to close out. You got 2 minutes. If you want to come back up, okay? Type in the chat if you want to come back up, okay?
Okay.
I don't know why you want to come back up, man. Basically,
you hurt our feelings.
And don't worry, I got an after party coming up, so you can come up and talk, and we'll talk about it.
I mean, he's had plenty of time to get his stuff across. The fact that gave him closing thought. Okay, I don't know why you want to come back up. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening. Is it okay for me to review this tomorrow?
Who?
Is it okay for me to review this tomorrow on my show?
Anybody, one thing, okay? One condition. Don't at me, okay? Don't at me.
Okay, y'all. That's your is a all right. That's fine.
Don't at me because I don't want to see it in my mentions. Don't at me, okay? You can use it, but don't at me. All right?
No problem.
Is that fair?
Yeah, it's your I don't mind none of that.
I don't care about you. I don't care about anybody using my stuff. I don't care that you talk about me. Just don't at me, okay? Because it shows up in my mentions, okay? If I don't know that you're saying shit about me, man, there's a whole league of people, okay, talking about shit about me on YouTube, okay? But they don't at me, so I don't care. Because guess what? Did I come looking for you? Did I mention you?
And I didn't come looking for you neither. Like when we first had the conversation, like I told you when you first came up.
If I at you, guess what's going to happen with YouTube? You're on YouTube, right?
I'm listening.
You're going to show up, right? It's going to show up in your mentions, right? Okay. They're sending a signal to you to look at what I'm doing. Okay.
To draw attention.
To draw attention.
And one thing
now the other thing I can do is block you where I don't see it. If you can, then you can at me all you want. Is that what you want?
I already agreed that if it bothers you,
if somebody's is constantly adding you, okay, and they're talking negatively about you, would that bother you?
I did not talk negatively about you. When you came up, we had a conversation.
Oh my God.
And we just completely disagreed on our stance.
Okay, all right, man.
I don't think I was talking badly about you, but
your panel was, and basically you keep bringing the same shit up. Okay, the little 16 minutes. Okay.
Right, so I'm saying me and you personally, we had a good conversation. We was going back and forth. Now,
how
on the panel, I agree. That's why one of the people that you told me, Big J, you said, "Hey, me and him have an issue."
I was gonna leave. That's how come I respected you when what's his name was gonna come up. Okay, because you gave me the same courtesy.
Right. So okay. So now we're on the same page. That I'm not trying to talk bad about you personally. We just disagree on the talking points. Like, I just don't believe that.
I mean, some people it doesn't bother. Like most of the time, I allow mentions is because people that I know want to use my material. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And not go back and forth about some shit that I said. Okay. So I allow that stuff. Okay. Now I allowed you to add. And I asked you politely, hey, kind of knock it off because I get tired of seeing it. And then when you do it, then all the other, I'm not gonna say it, I'm saying that you are, then the cockroaches come in and start at me. Okay.
Oh yeah, they're the worst.
And then I get a whole stream of people at me talking shit, which I do take exception to. So yeah,
that's fair because I don't know what happens on your side. You probably get attacked a lot. Clearly, something that I don't know about, right?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
I apologize if I caused something extra that I don't know about. But me personally, I was not attempting to harass you.
Okay, the thing is, if I come up, okay, if I come up, then and you've invited me over to your panel, I expect some kind of decorum, right? Okay. Now with you, when they were jumping all over you, I shut them down. Did I not? I took charge of the panel. Let the brother talk. Be quiet. Let him answer the question. Okay. Did you do that for me?
I did. I believe we had a good conversation. I think you had a good conversation with the people. I think
No, we did not.
Okay. If you feel like you wasn't treated fairly, understandable.
In fact, I had 3 PhDs said, why did you go on that fucking panel and talk to these people? I don't have the patience. In fact, my Dr. Johnson was just in the panel. Said I don't have the patience. Okay. And trust and believe, you got the lighter. I was actually calmed down because you were gonna get blasted by me. Okay, you were. And trust and believe. All I'm saying is, I don't have time to go into with you. But the thing is, if you want to make an enemy out of me, then I will start taking apart your material if that's what you really want. I don't really want to do that. I really don't do that.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of that at all. But
Oh, really? Okay, really? Okay. Oh, okay. April 1st. Okay, I'm gonna start taking apart your material. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
Right.
that doesn't.
So is that my birthday gift, BGS?
Yeah, it might be. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm not afraid of that at all. We just have different talking points. I just do
No,
not believe that
ain't no talking points, man.
well, ideologies, I should say.
Hold on a second, man. Hold on a second. I'm a structural realist. Either shit exists or it doesn't. Okay.
Yes.
Either shit, you can back up your shit or you can't. That's where I roll. Either you back up your shit, and basically, what I'm seeing from you, you can't back up your shit. Okay.
I mean,
but I think the problem is that we agree on a lot of things. We do not. We agree that majority of young black men are not in jail.
No, man.
Hold
on a second. Dude. The thing is, this is okay. This is why I do not like talking to what I call pedestrians. Right? You don't understand the scope of the problem. Okay? You don't have the capacity to understand. Either you haven't studied enough. It's beyond you. I don't know what it is. Right? Okay. We're talking way past your level.
Listen.
Okay? No. We talk. I know. I ask certain questions for a certain reason. See where your level is, right? You're not at that level, man. You don't know what we're talking about.
Fine. Thank you. I appreciate you for elevate. So I just want one question. So we're saying that majority of black men, 51% or greater of black men are in jail.
We never said.
No, hold on. Hold on a second. I got you, right? Okay. What did the stats say? What did it actually say?
The stats says that the majority of black men are not in jail.
No. What did the stats say about the jail percentage of black men in jail? What did it say?
The percentage of the jail, I believe, 56% inside the jail.
Of the people that are going to jail in prison, okay?
Yes.
The percentage of them, of the black men in prison, come from what? From what? What kind of home?
Right. So
no. Don't go past that.
I'm not going to go past it. So yeah. So
what did it say? Stop trying to be right. Okay. Be accurate. What did I say? What did say it?
Right. So the majority of black men that is incarcerated, yes, they come from a single mother household.
That's what it said. We didn't say the majority of people. Nobody ever said that. You said
perfect. So perfect. So right. So that's what I'm trying to explain. We are on the same page. So therefore,
Jesus H. Christ.
No. Don't worry about y'all. Okay. The thing is, even if they don't go to jail, okay, how come 20% of black males don't have any income?
All right. So we move.
How come 20% of black males don't have any income?
We're moving the count. Okay.
No.
I don't know.
What I'm saying is we established that the majority of black men don't go to jail. Okay. So what happens to them? Well, they don't go to jail. They don't get educated. What happens to them?
Jesus. Right. And so that's what we. Okay. So now that's what I'm saying. We're back on the same page.
No. Can you answer my question that I presented to you? Or do you understand my question? I have to represent it in a certain way.
Yeah, you can ask me one more time. So this way.
Okay. In other words, the culture that we have bred produces a whole bunch of problems, right? Okay. They come out in the stats. Okay. Some go to jail, some go homeless, some work at penny ante jobs, and 20% of them don't even have incomes. What happens to them? Okay. So in other words, you got 70% of your guys, 70% of your people, okay. 40% of your men are basically in poverty by stats. 40%. Is that okay?
Okay, yeah, I could go with that. We could work with that.
70% of black men earn less than $30,000 a year. Okay, in this inflationary times. Okay, and we're far behind everybody else. Is that okay?
Yes.
It's okay. All right.
Whoa,
All right.
whoa,
That's all I need to know. That's all I need to know.
Wow.
All right.
He thinks it's socially acceptable. Okay.
No,
that's not what he asked me.
No.
No, he
No, he was
asked
just
you.
affirming. That's all he was doing. He was
Yes,
affirming.
he's just right. I'm just agreeing with the stats that he's.
No,
Unless I'm misunderstanding what the.
I asked you, is that okay?
That's what he said.
With you.
Is it okay with me? No, I thought we were talking about the stat numbers.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
he's agreeing to the stats. That's what I
right.
Yeah,
Correct. Correct. I'm agreeing to the stats that you're talking.
So, in other words, with all those amongst others, okay, broken homes, yada yada yada, is all the negative stats that go along with it. Is that okay?
No, that's why. No, those are not okay.
So, in other words, how do we fix it?
Right. Okay. So now we back to what I was saying earlier. This is why I was saying earlier that we need the professional man to talk to these young and steer them into careers instead of jobs, because they do not know what is out there. Majority of our young black men do not even, they never heard of a PMP. They never heard of a Scrum Master.
We understand that. What I'm saying is, what is the base root of the problem why these kids have never heard of it?
Yeah.
I think they need more black men speaking with them, ones that are successful, that have results. That's what they need. They need some examples in their face so they can understand that they do not have some.
Okay, where do these black men examples actually come from?
We got to get like-minded professional men, men that own businesses, started things, men that's in higher education, to let these young men know that they can actually go for a career no matter where they come from.
Okay. What kind of career, sir?
They could get it in STEM.
Okay. If they get it in STEM, what do they have to know to get it in STEM?
It's plenty of things they can either get it.
No. What do they have to know before you have to have prerequisites before they even attempt STEM? What do they have to know?
What is the foundation?
What's the foundation?
It begins with the M.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one.
I would, if they're young enough, I'd rather get them to go to school, college, higher education.
No. Okay.
What's the prerequisite?
In other words, before they get to, because I'm a STEM guy, okay? Chemistry, okay? What do you have to know before you even attempt STEM?
I don't know. What is it?
Math, science, and reading, okay? What are black boys bad at? 90% of them.
Say wrong. You do HVAC, and you know you need math and science.
You have to have a trick to do electricity. Okay.
Come on, man.
Right. Okay. So again,
you dealing with
understand what is it that you gotta understand that these young men need, right? So
I'm gonna explain this.
No. Hold on. Whoa. Let him finish.
Asking me questions.
Hey. Stop talking so much, okay? I'm trying to get them. Hey. Be quiet for a second.
I'm answering your questions.
Stop with the rabbit mind, okay? With the monkey mind, okay? Calm down, okay? I'm trying to hold them back so you can actually talk. Calm down. Now, finish your statement.
Thank you. So again, even in my field, majority of the young men that I teach, regardless, we need young men to get mentors. They need to understand the power of mentorship. Like I was explaining to you, a lot of the guys that I push towards PMPs and Scrum Master, they never heard of it a day in their life.
Okay.
They didn't know that other black men is in that field, and I push them into other guys that know about the cloud and how to become a cloud architect or a cloud engineer.
You know about that.
And so they learning how to about their security plus, learn about these are things that they never ever heard about.
How do you have to be trained to do that kind of work?
BJ, can you use me as an example?
Go ahead, James.
So Sharon, I am we'll start with 15-year-old boy, right? I'm on whatever. We'll say I'm on whatever borough in Brooklyn, whatever, right? I come to you. I'm like, Sharon, I want to learn the trade XYZ, right? What is your initial way of introducing me to the
if they want to learn a trade, that's very simple.
HVAC.
All right, so I start them at the beginning. Let them start to learn the terms that we use or the abbreviations. So they got to start learning just the communication, because it's a completely different language. So I start them up there, then I work them into doing small things, being a helper behind a mechanic, move them into reading the blueprint.
Hold on. Can I stop you right there? I'm gonna stop you right there. Just hold it right there. If I tell you right now, Sharon, I don't know how to read and write.
Mm-hmm.
How can you help me if I can't read and write? I'm 15 years old. I've been rolling the streets. I'm homeless. Run up to you. I'm telling you right now, I don't even know how to write my own name.
Mm-hmm.
How you gonna help me?
Right. So in the trades, I can still help you get a job, and still you can learn how to eat and all those things. And then as we are working together and we build some trust, I could steer you into where you can start working towards your GED. So it's where you can learn how to read and write. So you have to take these small steps. Understand you are with somebody that is not going to just shame you, push you down. And so
we're back to fixing broken men.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I did what I did.
Yeah, but that's because you gave me a certain scenario.
I know.
Right?
What I'm saying is what you're talking about. Okay, about mentors being in their face, blah 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 blah, is fixing broken men.
And I'm gonna say this. This is one of the biggest things for Black community. We believe in too much hopeism. Instead of saying, you know what, a lot of you chicks are not good parents. You haven't taught your kids to read. You don't even give a fuck if they can read. We need to go back down to the bare minimum basics. What do they say? It's easier to build strong men than to repair broken ones.
Yes.
So, if you can, it's almost difficult as fuck to teach a person how to read when they get to a certain age. That's not impossible, but it's difficult.
It's difficult
because your brain is locked. It's not as absorbent.
Yeah. I mean, let me ask you this, Sharon. Okay. How hard is it for a woman, man or woman, whoever the parent is, at the age of 3 to start sitting down for 30 minutes a day? I'm not talking about 3 hours, just 30 minutes, if they can find time, and either read to the child or have the child read to them. How hard is that?
Not difficult at all.
So how come we don't do it?
I believe most people don't know that they could even homeschool their children. That's something else.
Let me tell you something, Sharon.
All right.
I'm going to give it to you straight.
I don't understand what's.
I know you don't understand. Exactly.
I'm trying.
No, I know. Hold. Hey, dude, you're talking too much. Listen. Okay?
That's not possible.
That's why you got 2 ears.
It is. I'm going to lay it out for you. My ex-wife is a school teacher. My children go to school with their mother, and she still won't sit down for 30 minutes a day and read to those children.
I know. My daughter has a bachelor's degree. I don't know what it is about Black culture, because trust and believe, the Asians don't play that shit. Okay?
Exactly. The Asians,
they do not play that shit. And when they say tiger moms, read the book Battle Hymn of the Tiger Mom if you can find it. Okay. They don't play that shit.
I'm gonna tell you this, man.
Right. So
have you ever been sat down to read a book for 3 hours? No TV, at the kitchen table, forced to read.
You asking me?
Yes.
As a grown person, or are you talking about as a child?
As a child.
As a child.
No, not as a child. No.
I have. You know why? Because there was a size 11 and a size 7 that was going to go on my ass if I didn't.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you this one. You have to literally say there's a great deal of dysfunctionality with the culture.
Yes.
Okay. So
hold on.
Okay. Yeah.
I barely said anything. You have to say that first. In order to heal a problem, you got to admit the problem. I'm sorry. There's no goddamn way you could put any mentor in front of them. Even in biblical studies, why did Jesus feed the people before the sermon? Because you got to feed the needs of the people or the body before you can talk to the soul. If that child can't read, and I've actually taught kids to read, or increase their reading level. Fuck it, stop practice, stop wrestling practice. Everybody get a fucking book out. Sit in front of me. Each one of you motherfuckers are reading to me for 10 fucking minutes, so we can gauge where your reading is.
Make it 20, Charles.
And I'm giving you a real life experience, dude.
Right. That's
and I'm telling you, here's the fact of the matter. You really need what you really should have said if you really want to be accurate. Black boys need their own goddamn schools and education system.
Yeah.
Because obviously the mothers don't give a fuck. You see, you're trying to be diplomatic. What happens when the negotiations fall out? You send a motherfucker like me in the dead of night. Because first and foremost, how many black boys are in that school are gonna pay attention to you if grown men can't comprehend what the fuck you just said? And I'm not saying this to be mean to you. I'm saying this to be a critique and help you actually achieve what you're trying to achieve. If we're confused and we're supposed to be the older and learned, what the fuck is an illiterate 13, 14-year-old going to understand you, what you're trying to say? Why is this nigga talking to me in my face?
Say Ron, I could tell you. I could tell you. I was gonna say,
and that's what they're gonna say. What the fuck do you care about? I gotta go. My mother, she got 5 other kids by 3 other niggas, not married to one. She got a boyfriend that's kicking her ass, and she only keeps him there to get keep the lights on and food there. She's damn near about to throw me the fuck out.
Yeah.
She's damn near. I gotta sell a pack just to fucking get a bite to eat. What the fuck is some snooty ass motherfucker gonna say to me?
Yeah, shit.
If you believe it, you could dream it. If you dream it, you could do it. Well, you gotta go to bare bones minimal and see what the fuck is the problem.
Okay,
And
Charles.
see, this is the thing that I always had with this is the one thing I had with the fucking conscious community for years. Why the fuck don't you point the fingers and correct the problem when you know what the problem is? Because you rather get the money in that claim than to fix the fucking shit. Because we all know in business, especially with pharmaceuticals, there is no fucking money in a cure.
Shay, I could tell you, working in the prison system, what's worse than seeing a child that can't read is a grown man that can't read.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would.
That is the most painfulest thing. And you know what's crazy? When they bring them to these with their case managers or their counselors, and they're like, okay, we're gonna try to get you in this program. Because liberal states will always got money for these programs, right? These rehab programs. Just like you're trying to do mentorship, they do that shit in the prison system. And then when they realize, when the case manager comes in, he's like, yeah, I don't know how to write my name. And you 53 years old.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Edward. Jump in.
Okay. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
Sharon, you left and came back. Okay, this is a full.
I ain't even gonna front. I ain't gonna front. I'm coming in here blind. I will say, and I ain't had the greatest day today, but I will say this: like the video you did.
Which one?
With the one where basically it's over. It can't be fixed. It's time to put him to sleep.
What I'm saying, I've been in the conscious community for like 40 years, right? Like my mentor, she has been counseling women for like more than 40 years, okay? 45 years, right? I learned a lot of shit from her, okay? About female nature and what goes on in the Black community. I hear this shit constantly. I've been battling against this shit for 35 years, right? Okay, I'm tired. Okay, if y'all, it was just the women I could understand, but you Negroes, man, you guys, y'all don't want nothing to change.
And that's what I kind of said.
Just for a second, okay? Y'all just want to put a patch over it and keep the goddamn thing running. That's all you want. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, that's what I said on my. It wasn't even a response. I did an add-on just to have it. out
Okay,
there. I basically said we know what, and nobody did not, unless they without looking stupid, but the women are.
Okay.
But what I learned here is how committed, how afraid black men are of black women, and how committed black men are in keeping the stuff the same. So I often ask myself, other than being a lighthouse, you know, for younger dudes, because I do get emails that, you know, this stuff does hit certain people, and it's not so much that they completely didn't know. It's always they had a feeling, and then whether it's you or me, we create clarity. They're like, no, but basically I get a lot of, I knew I wasn't crazy emails, but I'm the only one. But like those type emails. And that's what keeps me doing this. But ultimately, black men, and it's not just in the conscious community, it's obviously mainly in the conscious community.
Yeah.
But even regular black men are very committed to, I mean, you all will destroy your children, but not correct that bitch. Like, that is, I'm gonna say this and I'm done. I'm gonna tell you what really fucked me up, what really kind of fucked me up. When that woman killed her daughters, you know, this was a while back, and that dude was on the camera, was not led to say this. He was on camera and he basically said she was a good mom. He killed this man's girl. She killed his girls. Daughters, you know how I am about niggas and daughters, and he's still on autopilot. The chip BBS said, but she a good mom. She had a bad day, basically what he was getting at. At that point, I don't know what to say. And there's a lot of dudes, that's an extreme case, but there's a lot of dudes that let their kids get, and obviously we know dudes like Dead Set and stuff, they will fight dragons, but Dead Set is not the norm, you know. Right. A lot of these dudes let little things slide, like knowing it will lead their daughters to whoredom because they want to keep the peace. You peacekeeping niggas. Like the Hunger Games. You white flag them white soldiers, them like white wearing clothes soldiers. You niggas, man, that shit makes me sick. It really does. It's crazy.
Yeah. Who's next?
So I get the argument about that, and I don't think there's nothing wrong with addressing the degenerate women that's in our community. They definitely need to be addressed as well.
It's more than
the degenerate woman.
It's more than just them. It's the whole culture. But go ahead.
However, for me personally, I'm not dealing with these people's moms and all. I'm dealing with these young men that don't have no guidance on where to go. And so that's what really my main focus is on. I do not focus on these women or the mothers that are the bad apples, because a lot of these young men, they can move in better direction.
Okay.
And
What if I tell you?
Hold on. Just let me finish.
And I noticed because I helped plenty of young men move in a different direction when they was down and out mentality messed up, and then now they got their own car, crib, they bought their first house.
So how did they get there? How do we prevent these kids from getting in that position in the first place?
That's the issue.
Okay, that is a fine issue, and we have to.
For every one you save, how many slip through the cracks?
That was my next question. What's your success?
That I do not have a answer to.
They printed okay, dude. There's a reason that these stats are the way they are. They've been this way for the past 50 years. There's a reason for that. Okay. How do we fundamentally solve the goddamn problem? Are we gonna let it keep festering like this? What do you think?
Okay.
No. I want to answer. What do you think? I'm gonna keep letting this problem fester, or what? Or try to fix it?
No. So we got to fix it with our young men, right? So that if we could start building up a way where they could find the proper mates, they could find proper mates, so where they could build a family. That's how we could start to change.
Where do proper mates come from?
It comes from we teach these young men to change the way how they pick the woman, right? So you gotta choose women that have better values.
Let me rephrase the question, okay?
Okay.
Where is the supply of proper mates coming from to be picked from?
I
You in
believe
Brooklyn.
these young ladies are out there. There's a lot of young ladies that are in the house. They just go to work.
No.
I just asked you one quick question.
Okay. I'm trying
What percentage, like, I get you can't give me an accurate number, but I want you to ballpark it. Let's do this exercise. What percentage of black women would you say are good black women?
Or proper mates. Let's put it that way. Proper mates.
Okay, we'll say proper mates.
I say roughly 60%, 51 to 60%.
60%?
Yeah, 51 to 60%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So explain to me. So explain to me why only 1 in 4 black women are a minority demographic. White women are the largest demographic. Black women, other than age, are a small demographic at, like, I think 7%. Explain to me why only 1 in 4 black women will be married. If you think it's 60% that are proper mates.
You was breaking up. I wasn't sure if you finished.
Explain to me why the stat is 1 in 4 black women will ever be married.
So,
if 60% you would consider proper. Let me give you. Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. Free Zone Loon, I've been patient with you. Okay. If you want to be here, chill out. Okay. You know, I don't like you no goddamn way.
In fact, screw that question. That's a bullshit. That's not a good question. I want to. What percentage of black men would you say are proper mates, in your opinion?
And proper black men, proper.
Yes. They feel their role of proper mates.
Yeah, I think it's roughly around the same. I think the problem that we have in our community of black folks is that we have a problem with connecting the good character men with the good character women. I think that's what you let me tell you something.
I wanted to define what a good character man and a proper mate and woman is. I want him to define that. What's his definition of it?
Metrics.
So for the fellas, a good character, a man is somebody that is forever progression. He is trying to be a leader. He's forever learning. He's a learning problem solver. He wants to be a leader of his family. He want to be held accountable of his family. He got to get out of the degenerate mindset. He got to recalibrate his whole value system. He got to put some honor, integrity.
Dude, give me something solid, okay?
Oh my God! So you don't think leadership and learning how to be
what
a
does
leader?
That mean? What does that mean? What does that mean?
Yeah, drug
dealer. I think you're a leader.
Yeah,
it's a lot of attributes that you gotta learn to become.
Like what?
Hustlers are leaders.
Like what?
You need to learn some integrity. You need to learn how to problem. You need to have
Let's stop with integrity. Okay. What does integrity mean to you?
This is crazy.
That's not crazy. We're drilling down. You're supposed to know. You're supposed to know this stuff. What does integrity mean to you?
This is wild, man.
Oh, you can leave, man. We're not holding you here because I need to go anyway.
It's not about you holding me here. It's just that I'm trying to, communicate something.
No, we're trying. Okay, dude, we're trying. Okay, what you? Hey, listen to me. Stop talking so much. Listen to me, okay?
Watch.
All right, dude. Okay, I need to go anyway, man. You're starting to frustrate.
Okay, so I just want to if we had
last question, Ed, because I'm tired. Okay, because basically I don't like chatterboxes that don't listen, man. I really don't. Okay?
No, I hear that because the thing about it is, man, like real talk. These questions are easy. They're easy answers. There are answers. These are not like bullshit questions. Like. These questions designed to really you actually help men, and I applaud that. But the issue I have with your language is everything you're saying is ambiguous. It is like in sales, I will use these same type of tactics because I want to let people fill in the blanks. Because if I don't know them, I don't know how to say things that are gonna hit their butt. So absence of that, I use ambiguous language and aspirational language in order for them to fill in the blanks themselves, because that's what the human brain, that's a psychology thing. So when we try to drill down, we're trying to get specific in what you say. If you help these men, you should already have a path or like an avatar of what a good black man is. And then when these dudes that are fucking up, you want to connect them from where they are to where they need to be. So this stuff, keep it 100 with you, should be automatic. You should be able to tell us as much as if I ask you what is your name and what is your address, you could tell me with it automatically. So it's like you don't think you want to answer it, but the reality is, dude, and I'm gonna say this and I'm done. You said 60% of black people are like, we'll say, productive or good, proper mates.
Correct.
White people, like those Asian numbers, sir. Those are Indian numbers in the United States, sir. We would not have any of these problems if it was a good 30%. We would be a lot better off than where we are right now.
Sharon, are you West Indian?
So the main problem I'm having is that like when I'm saying integrity, we acting like we don't know integrity means. Like, we understand. So it's like it's kind of insulting that.
Sharon, listen to me. Okay, we're asking because our definition of integrity might be different from yours. Okay, so where we at?
The black community's culture is not a culture of integrity. We actually I'll give you a perfect example. We celebrate dudes coming out of prison. We don't
celebrate. What I'm saying is, black women say, "Have you fill in the blanks?" Okay, you're supposed to know what it means. No, we don't. We need a definition of what you mean by that. Okay, it's just like masculinity, right? You should know what it is, right? No. Okay, what do you mean by it? What are the attributes?
Are you West Indian?
No.
Come from a West Indian family?
No.
So you African American, parents. Both sides.
I don't know why this is so hard.
Right, because I
all right. Okay.
We
got 10 more minutes and we're gonna go, man, because I'm getting a headache. Okay?
This right here, everything we said about black men.
Stop for a second. Slow down, and we're gonna give you a chance to talk. Let me finish what I'm saying, okay?
All right.
Okay. I'm starting to get a headache because I hate going around in circles, right? About ambiguous gray shit, okay? We've asked you very pointed questions as you define yourself, define what you mean, and you don't want to do it, which is fine. I don't care about that, okay? The thing is, you get it frustrated. You're supposed to know what I mean. No, we don't, okay? I'm trying to understand you, but you don't want to be understood. That's fine. Go ahead.
At the end of the day, man, this is equivalent of somebody is in the emergency room. This is the situation the black community is in right now. And Dr. Claude Anderson has said this. This is not me. We are in the emergency room and you asking, you need to perform heart surgery. And you may got a nurse in there, but a nurse ain't no heart surgeon. And she all you got. And so we're in this, that's basically what we have here. This conversation is exactly why the black community is where it is. Like, this stuff is not hard. Like, troubleshooting, I teach people how to troubleshoot. And this is not even about black. I could have a whole conversation about this and never mention the women. The reality is tangible things. Like, for instance, integrity. What do you do when nobody's looking? If you saw $1,000 in a grocery cart, would you take that $1,000 back in a grocery store and say, hey, most black people would not do that because they would charge it to the gang. We do not have a code. I'll even say this. We can't even barely do business with each other, even from a consumer and business standpoint or a business partnership. And take the women off the table. Let's just talk black men. But we can't even work with each other. Integrity is one of those reasons because you always got somebody trying to get over on somebody. Of any area of activity, I can give examples of it. So we have an idealized view of what stuff is, and you have somebody that is dying, and we are basically praying for their safety when they need somebody to fix them. That is where we are. I'll leave it there.
Okay, basically, okay, the level where you are and where we are two different levels. You're in another lane. Okay, you don't get it, or we get that. So I don't like talking to people. I call pedestrian. You don't understand what we're trying to get at. You don't understand the scope of the problem. You don't understand our mission, right? We're not in your lane. We're not trying to do what you do. Okay, we got people all over. I've been have people that do what you do for the last 50 years. Okay, do the same shit that you do. It's not new. What we're trying to do is break out of this old pattern, find policies that will actually break the community out of this old pattern. Okay, not stay in it. Because what you're doing is keeping people to stay in it. Okay, and that's
I'm
it.
not keeping somebody straight.
It's not fine for you to respond. Okay, go ahead, Ambassador. Okay, I'll let you come up twice and talk. Okay, you're getting the same freaking answer. I asked you to actually clarify what you're talking about. You get frustrated. Okay, I really don't want to hear it anymore. Go ahead, Ambassador. Jump in. Then we'll get out of here.
Yeah, man. This is I agree with everything you guys trying to, coach the brother about what's going on. That's a very straight answer. The integrity piece is a very straight answer to try to solve because you're going to get pressed about what integrity is anyway, in a lot of indirect ways, dealing with women and dealing with just the school system. I was just simply going to just add like not acknowledging the issues that the women are bringing, even on that they're trying to teach your kids how to read and stuff like that. I deal with that with my 3-year-old, not with my wife, but with other women.
Yeah, the women. Yeah.
Yeah, they get what is it? They get defensive
Yes.
about, a lot of the stuff that I bring up here. My wife doesn't fight me on this thing. I'm like, hey man, we need to read for half an hour a day. Cool. I don't know. This is my first couple of kids, right?
Yeah.
So for us, it's nothing, right? So we do that. But the pressure that your women, even good women, are going to deal with about the women around them being defensive, that they don't want to do that. Okay, and they make it hard for her to be in community with other women because they don't want to be held to the standard of reading to their kids a half hour a day, teaching their kids an hour a day. They don't want to hear that. And you can hear it. You can hear the stress of. I was complaining about it on a previous panel. The woman's complaining about her kid can barely talk. I just tell them to turn off Shark Dog. And her eyes glaze over and she starts talking about how hard her life is and how many hours she works. And I'm not even going to fight her about me working 50 plus hours overnight and teaching my kids in a day. I'm not even going to talk about it. I'm like, you know what? Your life is hard. Okay. And move on. Because that's what you're actually fighting. It's a culture of women perpetuating this bad behavior and even attacking women who do want to correct it. So just trying to skate over it and not talk about it and try to placate and as if they don't know what's going on. They know, but you have to fight that stuff, man. And getting defensive about us trying to press you it's not going to
And basically, okay, Sharon, I don't. You said you're in the 40s, right? Okay, I've been fighting this battle, man. When I first started having kids, when I was like 28, okay, I've been fighting this battle. Fought this battle with my brother, okay, when I was in a teenager, when he was actually in school, okay, fighting this battle for a very long time, okay. We have come up with systems that do work, with solutions that do work. They're not implemented because nobody actually wants to implement them because it's too much. Because it's too much work. Okay. The thing is, everything that you spit out, conscious community. I have guys that counsel, the guys that mentor, the guys that teach boys to read, teach boys to do STEM, all that kind of shit. Right? Okay. The biggest impediment are the females. Yeah. It's been that way. The rites of passage was started in the early 90s. Right? The fucking rites of passage. Okay. I know the guys that started the shit.
BGS.
Okay. Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Remember the time you had that brother who was a teacher who talked about how he taught in the black schools and he also taught at the Jewish
in
the Jewish schools?
Yes.
And what was the fundamental difference between the Jewish mothers and the black mothers?
You're gonna educate that. You're gonna educate that boy.
Exactly.
You're gonna educate. In other words, she will fucking take you to fucking court. You miseducator boy. She will kill you. Yep. She'll kill you over her boy if you miseducate that boy.
In the black community, you were treated as a beast of burden.
Yep.
You know,
And
yeah. Go ahead, Charles.
I've heard
I'm going to say
some
this:
young oh my
you're
God.
talking to a guy whose son was told he had a reading he had a disability with reading,
And they
and
try to put him on Ritalin, didn't they?
as soon as they try to say that, I told the people I will slap fire and ice out of your ass.
Yeah, I know. They tried to do to my son. Yeah, go ahead.
And I told him, I said, so you're not going to talk about giving him more work. You're not going to. So I'm literally 09, the acting lieutenant for the shift, making flashcards within 4 months. That shit shot up.
Mm-hmm.
It takes work. I'm making flashcards. I'm making how to phonetically sound multiple syllable words. You're telling me, right? And I listened very closely to your rhetoric. Not one time did you say anything about fixing the women. It's always the men. And I'm going to ask you this one question if you're still here. Do black women follow black men?
Do they what to black men?
Do they follow the lead of black men?
According to y'all, no.
No. According to you, yes or no?
I don't think. I think both parties are.
No. Repeat the question back to me. Repeat the question back to me, please.
Oh my gosh. Hey. Because I got a foot for you, man. I'm trying to calm this shit down. All right.
Yeah.
Calm your ass down.
I'm just asking you,
motherfucker. I got a foot for your ass. Please calm your motherfucking monkey ass goddamn down, please, motherfucker. Okay.
I'm calm. I don't know why you so.
I hear you. Calm down, okay.
I am calm. I'm barely even talking, and y'all trying to act like I'm doing something to y'all.
What is wrong with you, man? Jesus Christ.
You're playing a victim.
I know. Go ahead.
You're playing a victim, man. That's what you're doing.
Hey, listen, I'm somebody that's playing a victim that homeschool their goddamn children, right? Like,
well, guess what? You can't answer, motherfucker. Answer a goddamn yes or no question. That's what you need to stop playing a goddamn victim. Stop that bitch talk,
Charles. Did you homeschool your kids? Did you homeschool your kids?
Yes.
Okay. Why are we arguing about kids reading and the mother teaching them to read?
Yeah.
So why are you arguing about it?
Right. So I'm not arguing that at all. What I'm saying is that we, as the men that are supposed to be, we're supposed to be doing whatever we have to do, no matter how difficult it's conquest he did it, even while
Why? Hold a second. Why?
Even while conquest Because he wanted his son to be better at reading. So even when he was working, he still made time cards. He took the time, no matter how tired he was, he still did what he had to do to raise his child. And this is what we need to do as men. We got to stop acting like something's supposed to be easy.
You sound like a woman.
How I sound like a?
You sound like a woman. No, you're running on, talking over people. Sound like a woman. Okay, stop. Okay, I asked you why. Why should black men do this? Why?
2025.
Why?
All that we know.
No. Understand why?
Right, because me personally, I tell you my
no. As a group, why? As a group, why?
Because we should care about our young black men.
Why? Why?
So we can move better and we can have our children be better off for us. So this way we can have a strong future for our black human beings.
Now hold that for a second. Hold that for a second, right? So shouldn't the women want the same?
Yes, they're gonna follow.
No, they don't. Okay, that's never happened. They don't. It's never happened.
Here's what
I don't subscribe to that.
I don't care what. Go back and read it in fucking history, man. You don't have to prescribe to it. It's there in the books, okay?
Especially in America.
Because here's the deal. The one thing standing between the father, the school system, any institution is that mother. Yeah. And what you're not mentioning is that the government incentivizes it. Yeah. The courts incentivize it. And this is and you keep on talking about, helping young men. You're only helping the ones who are receptible. And what we're saying is that most young men are not receptible because they don't even have the skills to even be receptible.
Why should black men who have not gotten anything but basically a fair shake in this fucking culture basically sacrifice themselves? Why?
Sacrificial
no. Why?
So, I'm not saying that anybody should sacrifice
why?
I'm not saying
you again, just did.
I'm not. The people that want to actually do something to help their community, we need to encourage those dudes. If you don't want to do anything for your community, hey, that is you. That's fine. Go ahead.
Who's
Don't
the
do
biggest
nothing for your
detractor?
community. Nobody's trying to force anybody to do anything extra. However, if we are going to be men and we're going to say we are leaders,
So let's keep it all the way 100.
Yeah.
No community, if any other race was in, I get slavery and I get all of this, but understand if any you can't find what we deal with in the same degree in any other race, in any other part. The closest you might get is the Philippines, and they ain't even that bad. The reality is so when we talk about, because it's very obvious you have these ideas, because we know, what you're saying, there's dudes that got good, really bigger channels that's come through here 10 years ago. And it said, if I win, but what I wish you would do is just be honest and say it. Your main point boils down to this. If black men were better, the community would be better. If black men had better character, the women would just be magically compelled to just do more. So anything black women do is a reflection of what black men either are not doing or have done to black women. Thing. And that's why it's never a thing to deal with the women. Look, and here's the thing. Here's how I know is the bullshit. When black men, there's a lot of energy in the black community, not you. But I haven't heard that from you. But let's say Umar, in keeping black men dealing with black women. When black men will try to leave, or when black men, you said it for the dudes that want to help their community get out of their way. I could respect that. But what about the dudes, not the dudes that bash black women, but the dudes that quiet quit? They can't quiet quit. You got dudes that will go overseas and never say nothing about black women. Somehow they getting found out by black females somehow, some way, in places you ain't never believed black women would be. The reality of the situation is we are in what's called a gynocracy, sir. Basically, you have white supremacy, and then just like how you had Nazi Germany, and then you have a regime that is designed to manage the black community. And you keep hold on. I'm done. I need 10 more seconds. Everything you're doing is going out of your way to not address that. That is the issue. That is the issue. It harms boys, it harms girls in the long run. Because here's the thing, these girls can't even mate with any other race. They are culturally not compatible. Which is why they can't get, the big reason why they can't get married, because they can only operate within their structure. So it doesn't help anybody. And so this character bullshit is not it. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Okay, Ed.
So with that piece that you just said, the dating outside the race and all those other things, the men that are not talking down, like how you said, I don't think those men should be attacked. Like if you are
Ed. Go ahead. Strong.
Right. So the men that are out the way, that is not talking down on us as a community and saying that black culture is trash type of rhetoric. I don't think we should be attacking those people neither. I think if you're not a part,
Shorten up your answer. We have a conversation. You can't go 5-minute answer. Shorten up your answers, okay? So we have to have a conversation, okay?
What just happened?
Shorten up your answers a little bit, okay? So we have a conversation.
We're not talking about you. I'm talking about
Ed. Okay. What I want to say is there is no man on the freaking planet that does not get a reward for actually going in and making this community better. None. And the ones that don't get a return, they don't invest. Go look at South Korea right now. Some chicks don't want to comply, they're getting bounced.
That's fine. I don't have no disagreements with that. What Ed, I agree with both of y'all. Anybody that don't want to be involved in the community, fine, don't be involved. Just don't do it.
Hold on, dude. I asked you what is in it for the men that are willing to sacrifice themselves.
All right, so what is in it for me? Somebody that's willing to sacrifice themselves, right?
Okay.
So that I'm one of the people that's willing to sacrifice themselves, right?
Listen to my question, okay? What is in it for the men? You understand, men? Okay.
You think we talking to
sacrifice
Democrats?
themselves for the community? Okay. Because you went through 100 years of civil rights, you burned down 30 cities to get the benefit of civil rights, and guess who's on the bottom? Why should they do it again?
Crickets, shut the fuck up.
No, that's okay, man. It's time to bounce out of here anyway. Okay.
Hold
on, real quick, Ed, and then Ambassador, go and get your thoughts in, man, because it's time to bounce out. Okay.
I asked Hammer that why should black men vote for the Democratic Party? He said the lesser of two evils. The fact that people don't have an answer to that question is like even a good bullshit answer. That is some amazing shit.
What I'm saying is I am tired of the same old answer. Okay, that's why I left the pro-black community and started doing this shit independently. I got tired of the same freaking answer. I can't tell you how many people told me the exact same shit that you just told me, Sharon, for the past 40 years. The exact same thing. Okay. I'm tired of hearing that answer. Okay. I said, what is going to benefit the black men if they do it? Nobody has an answer. Okay.
I mean, I would respect something more if they said.
Hold on. Okay. Now, if you told them we can change the laws, okay, we can give you equal participation, equal parenting of the kids. We'll get the state off your ass. We'll actually start training your boys and doing our part, like reading to your boys for 30 minutes. It's not hard. Okay. In other words, are you willing to cooperate with us to make this community better? If you're not, all you're gonna do is perpetuate the same shit that's been going on over the last few years.
You can't even get a nothing. I would rather people say nothing so we know what time it is. Remember that video with Chernobyl that you like? He said it. Yeah. You know, he said you might not even be remembered as heroes.
Yes,
but it needs to be done. The problem is black men know when they say that, dudes are gonna turn off.
What I'm saying is, I can give you chapter and verse of the sacrifices that black men have made to keep this motherfucking community together. Even during the crack era, where a lot of black men took on and became stepfathers to these kids, drug dealer babies, with whose drug dealer parents, father. Went to prison, right? You impregnated 10 women, had 10 babies, and they had to be taken care of. Okay, black men are not doing that shit no more. Okay, you have to give them a return on their investment. If you can't do that, man, if you can't figure out a way to give black men a return on investment, stop asking them to actually sacrifice themselves. Because I'm tired of hearing it.
And here's the thing: black men, only dumbasses, like any black man is worth his salt. He may want to do it to a certain extent. There's one thing doing what you're doing, helping a person or two. But when you're talking about like this scale that you're looking at, only like serious. And I'm gonna tell you something. One of the biggest things, even with what you do, once a black man goes through trying to sacrifice, helping boys and all that, and the women start undermining him like on a political level, even local level, to get stuff defunded, a lot of dudes are like, fuck it at that point. And even stuff you do, like my brother's keeper, black women shut that shit down.
They did.
So, I mean, the thing is, even if we are on board with what you're talking about, once what you do starts working for real, the women, there's no pathway to a great community without dealing with the women. And
and I'm fine, baby. If y'all want to keep this bad boy up and keep it disintegrated, especially what America has to go through over the next 20, 30 years, by all means, please do. Because I'm tired of fighting.
Yeah, disease or not, man, please. Millennials are barely for that. Disease are not playing that game. You know the alphas are not playing that game because the difference is they don't have this same sense of, we just got to do it. And so at the end of the day, the thing that's loud is the fact if you are like, because I'm 38, if the thing is you don't have answers, it's not even about you saying, well, nothing. It's that really the answer is because you men, and that's what men do. That's not what men do. Men do what's in their, when you look at any other race, including African, any other ethnic group, they do what's in their best interest, and the women are rewarded for being a part of what that's best interest. They need their race of women to have children, and that's where they go. This thing about you just do it because you just do it. Number one, if you had that conversation with black women, you would be laughed out the room, which should tell you something. And number two, there's no other race that operates that way. Only black men. So I wish you would just say black men need to be slaves because that's what your manhood is defined by. Don't we understand where you're coming from? It can save people a lot of time.
And I'm fine with it. If that's what you believe, and that's what you're on, stay over there.
Sure.
That's what I'm saying. Go ahead, Ambassador. You want to get in because we're getting ready to get out of here.
I mean, you guys said it all, man. This is you got to acknowledge that we're not getting anything on the table. They're not putting any meat for us to chew. They're not really giving us anything for any type of sacrifice. What you're talking about, I mean, if you have people who have a heavy heart and they got a couple of hours every week or so, and they'll do it, then so be it. But on a macro level, you need a lot more. You need a lot more incentives to give the black man for doing that sacrifice. That's and at least an acknowledgement of the hostility is, because it doesn't just affect black men; it affects black women too.
I was in. I said this about 2 months ago. I was actually in a with Master. I was actually in a pro-black Zoom chat, right? Pro-black, supposed to be all positive, right? Okay. And right in the middle of this sister, I was talking about all the bad things that black men do to black women, right? Okay. She got through like 15 minutes of that shit. Just whoa, 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 whoa. And me and Master I was just cracking up, right? And I just said, okay, do you love black men? She said yes. See, all the shit that you said, they can actually hear you. Does that sound like love? She had to look down, okay? Does that sound like love?
And what you said, BGS, is so simple. It's a simple chastisement. Like the fight to not say something just so simple. She understands the hostility she just put in the room just then.
She's just repeating shit that she has been
It's
passed
called
down to
trauma
her.
bonding.
Trauma bond. In other words, and we say this: if black men are that bad, if black men do not serve you, basically, Ed say, what do you say, Ed? Find another store, right?
Yeah, by date. Yeah, they. In fact, I don't even say find another store. You're not being served here. Date out.
And I said to black men, by all means, find all these chicks that actually want to date out, find them, and actually help them. We'll actually fund this shit. Please go.
But you're so insufferable as a fucking woman.
That's their problem.
You're supposed to be a softer sex. You're not the softer side of Sears, bitch. And it gets to the point where you look at this shit.
Yeah.
And I gotta give my man kudos for taking it on the chin.
Yeah.
What is it, Sharon? I guess.
It's Sharon.
But,
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And I'm gonna give you credit for taking on the chin. Most motherfuckers would have ran, but here's the thing that I'm gonna give you, right? Don't give a black man hopeism. We had that shit for 500 years.
They're not.
Fuck them.
The thing is,
here's
go ahead, Charles. I'm sorry.
And here's the part. And the reason why I said don't give them hopeism, don't sacrifice for a war that you're gonna lose. Because the same chicks that want you to go fight white supremacy, they in the back door taking the check from the white supremacists. So what did we get? Hold on, I'm gonna finish real quick, and I'm gonna give you the floor. This is the problem. If it's our community and the women are supposed to listen, and we know traditionally black women are hard to deal with when it comes to listening comprehension, especially from their men.
Yeah.
What do we get for dealing with their insufferable attitude? That's the question.
So, so for me, to be honest with you, I can't answer that question. I don't believe that should be the focus. I do not focus on the people that do not want to be.
Why? They're the majority. Why not?
I believe that majority of the people are like Charles. They just care about their own household, and I understand that because it's difficult enough as is. So I understand that.
So who are you speaking to?
The men with enough resources and skill sets where they could speak to other people and help them up. So
But
for
let me
me,
tell you this about
I got put in that position when I started my own construction company. When I was on my way up, building myself up, I did not have that ability to do that and help out young men. That
we understand all that. So how do you convince those men that have the skill set that you talk about to actually come in and actually help fix this thing? What's their return on investment?
Because all these men.
No, hold on. What is their return on investment?
So those men that I believe thinks like me. The return is seeing the community get better. I'm not asking for these young men to do anything for me.
So we don't go into the ultimate. What percentage of men do you think that is?
I cannot answer that. I don't even have a ballpark.
Give me a ballpark or gut feel.
I'll have to say, because of the people that I dealt with, I had to say around like 15% of the men.
So in other words, 85% is the vast majority, right? That you have to convince if you want to turn this ship around, right?
No, I don't want to. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to convince the other people. I just want them to move out the way. The ones that do not, the ones that just want to care about their own household, fine, do that.
Okay.
But don't try to knock me down for trying to help out the young.
Do you have to believe that?
Hold on a second. All right.
I got you. I'm muting.
Okay.
Do you?
Hold on.
Okay. I heard that echo.
Hold on. Okay. In other words, that 15%, right? Do you believe they can actually turn this whole thing around? Because 85% is not trying to stop you from fixing, doing the work. To my knowledge, did they actually try to stop you from doing your work?
Okay, perfect. So,
answer my question. Do that stop you from trying to do your work?
That's a.
See, it's a real simple
question for me.
No, it's not. What? Okay, the work that you do with the boys on the ground, right? Who comes in to try to stop you from doing that work? That are black.
A lot of older men, they try to give these young men, say like, no, you can't do that. They're like, what the F is a goddamn scrum master PAP? You better shut up and they talk down on them. They're not giving them, just move out my fucking way. Stop telling them all this other bullshit that is going to slow their progression down. Let these young men progress. Stop getting in the way. You don't.
What is it that they say specifically that they can't do?
Yeah, go ahead.
Give me an example. Nigga, you can't read like on some boondock shit. Like what specifically? You can't fix that car. What specifically? Give me an example of what an old nigga has said that. Somebody you were trying to guide him to do whatever.
For example, I was teaching this young kid, and he kept coming to me saying that his uncle kept telling him that he ain't gonna be able to be shit.
What were you teaching him? What were you teaching him?
I was teaching him to move forward and go ahead and.
What does that mean?
So you mean how to walk?
I was teaching him to get certificates, and he was going through the progression of getting certificates. Like I got him to get a network plus, and I got him to get a security plus. He's working for the government now. So yeah, but it took a lot of rewiring his thought patterns and how he thinks and move, because he kept getting pushed down by
the 85%, right?
You know what I noticed? I noticed you only
a very specific person. I gave him a very specific situation that happened to him. He said what some old person
he
said.
Let him talk.
Yeah, you did. But what I noticed is you have a blind.
Am I not answering the questions? Like, am I like being long-winded?
Yeah, I'm about to hop off. But I noticed that
you are. I asked you to be short with your answers.
Yeah, I noticed that you only tend to see people getting in the way when they're black men. I noticed that.
Anyway,
apparently we're fucking crazy over here, and it's really the black men that are in the way of progression, even though black men don't got custody of these kids. But okay.
Yeah. Anyway, the reason I say keep it short is because you can't have a dialogue if you're going to retort for 5 minutes, especially you have 9, 10 people on the panel.
Yeah, because a lot of us aren't speaking.
Yeah, panel etiquette.
And we a lot of us are actually listening to you, okay? But the thing is, we're asking clarifying questions, okay? Explain yourself so we actually understand. Unless you're just up here to actually talk, okay? You're here to talk, that's different, okay? We're trying to understand you, okay? Because we think what you're saying is bullshit. We're trying to understand you. Somebody's talking in the background?
Yeah, somebody's got something going on in the background.
Yeah. Anyway, the thing is, you're getting upset about people. We're trying to ask you a clarifying question about something we don't understand about something you just said. If you want us to write it down back at you after you finish, we can do that. You prefer it that way?
No, I just prefer if I could just get a full thought out. If you want me to say one word answers, fine.
No. What I'm saying is, if you say something, just like if you've done it to me. If I say something, you ask me to clarify it, don't you?
No, I do not.
Yes, you do. Okay, man. All right. You know what?
Yeah, I'm gonna close out my
It's
thoughts.
gonna close out.
Yeah.
Encrypted Wolf, go ahead and get it off. And
Same thing. Oh, you good, man? I was just popping in to say what's up, man. I know I'm way late to class. I'm still working, but I just want to hop in and say what's up to everybody.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just listening to y'all in Colombia, having a good time, and I'm just hearing this conversation. And I said, y'all,
Tunnel runner, is it true about the punani?
I don't know. You just cut off.
Is it true about the punani?
Oh man, hey, you got some of the best looking women, some of the best attitudes. It can't compete. I ain't found nothing. When I find other beautiful women in other places of the world, they're Colombians.
Okay.
Tunnel got a pep to his step.
It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay. The thing is,
yes, I have a good time. So I recommend guys find their way.
Oh yeah. Well, that is the.
Go ahead.
The thing is that you want to have a conversation, right? Okay. And we're trying to understand you, so it will ask you to actually clarify your point instead of giving these broad strokes. Okay, that we don't understand what that means. Okay, we actually clarify what you just said, and you don't want to do that. You want to keep talking. You want to talk. Or you want to be understood. Which one is it?
Yes. And you really got to be succinct, dude.
Yeah, I know. And when you ask them a yes or no question, it gives you a 3-minute answer. Okay.
You know what Dad said? Bless your honorary Baltimorean heart.
Yeah.
Because from a natural born Baltimorean, even I'm confused with this one because this is the part where, look, one monkey don't start a show. How long have y'all heard about me mentoring guys?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Guess how many people we had people bullshit my GoFundMe. Oh, you asking for money? Well, guess who gave me the idea? My subscribers.
Yes.
They donated.
Yeah.
So it's the thing about it is, right? And I'm going to give you some advice. Number one, if you really feel that much conviction for your project or your mission, there's not a damn thing you should let stop you. Number two, you're going to have to really come to grips about you might have to dig in some black woman's ass. You're going to have to go to that school board. You may not be liked because from what I'm hearing, you're trying to be liked by a lot of people. And when you're in this business of mentorship, you're going to ruffle feathers, especially when you're trying to change, i.e. the status quo. Yeah. Because if you start educating, for example, in Baltimore, young black boys, who are the 70% demographic is the black people, what happens if you don't have enough people in jails?
Mm-hmm.
The courts lose money, corrections, police. All these
they will, but the thing is, that's why you have to give them a carrot, a win-win situation, right? Okay, You have to talk to the taxpayer instead of the courts, instead of the police. Talk to the taxpayer. How much does it cost to actually lock this kid up per year?
You know,
Okay. So you have to,
like I would tell you, how much are you willing to pay taxes to save your son's life?
yeah. Okay. Otis says you're never going to fix the black boy issue. You don't focus on the actual issue. The moms don't care about the son's futures. They're okay with black boy current outcomes who needs white supremacy when you have black women. That is, I mean, I can't tell you how true this is. But the thing is, what he just said, what he just said about the people telling the boys they ain't shit, blah blah blah. That ain't the black manosphere. Okay. I don't know why you come at us. We never tell black boys they ain't shit.
We encourage them to go on their own path.
We advocate for them. Okay. We advocate. I can tell you this, man. 40% of my subs are actually programmers. Okay. So all the stuff you talked about, security and all that, cloud engineering, all that kind of stuff. Okay. Those are my subs. So I know what I'm talking about. Okay. It's not us. I don't know why you point your spears at us. It's the common man just like you that's fucking up the community. It's not us. Okay. And the 85% that you talking about, like the old guy that told that boy it wasn't shit, they ain't black manosphere.
No, it's not.
They ain't black manosphere at all. Okay. Those are the people you have to convince to get out your way. It ain't us. Okay. You crying at us. And what we're trying to do is get slowly but surely get this information into people just like that so they can change their worldview.
Yeah.
But thing is, what y'all want to do is step in and say that we don't like you don't like women and you don't okay. Thing is, you don't even study what we do.
Yeah.
So, but here's the thing. I didn't say one thing to y'all about you said something about women. We have not. So I think it's not fair for you to try to judge me on what somebody else or what other people are saying. But today in this conversation, I have not brought up anybody disliking women or whatever the thing that you just said. I did not do that. So I'm having an honest conversation.
I'm not talking about today. I'm talking about the whole how all this crap got started, right? Why do you dislike the black manosphere? What are we telling men that you don't like? That's one thing I haven't even determined yet. What is it? What did you don't like about the black manosphere?
It sounds to me as if y'all push the black men down, in my opinion.
Where?
Where?
How?
When you were trying to say that a majority of black young men are in jail, I disagree.
We didn't say that. Why do you keep saying that? We just told you nobody said that.
Okay, just for common memorial, I'm going to say this to you again.
I'm getting ready to blow my top, man. Okay, go ahead, Charles. Before
time immemorial, are you listening, Sharon? I said the majority of incarcerated demographics are black men. At what time did I say majority of black men are locked up in that statement?
Right, but even with
no. At what time?
It's only about 38% of black men are in.
At what time? If the
38% black men, 56% white men,
hey,
3% Asian.
Majority of the demographic.
Sharon.
It's not black men.
Sharon.
That's what I'm saying.
Sharon.
Even
hold on, Charles. English. Okay. What did he say?
And I'm telling you that I disagree.
No, the thing is you don't understand the
It's 38% of black men in prison.
Okay, dude, you had a reading comprehension problem.
Go look at the stats again.
Go ahead.
Because even in Mississippi,
5 minutes and we're out of here. Okay, 5 minutes.
Even in Mississippi.
No, he's not lying. He doesn't understand.
Charles, it's pointless.
He doesn't understand.
It's pointless, Charles.
He doesn't really understand English like that. Okay.
No, it's Charles. We're trying to fight somebody who just
doesn't have the comprehension skills.
No,
it's like
y'all
fighting.
See, he trying to ice skate uphill. Y'all see it. Stop it.
AAL. The thing is, it's a comprehension problem. Okay.
Yeah.
You can't get past that. Okay.
You can't.
I concur with you and I agree, but what I'm
It's
saying is
fighting.
we're seeing it.
Go ahead,
We're seeing it. He's literally just keeps trying to ice skate uphill.
Yeah.
And what have we said? What have you told your grandson about ice skating uphill?
Some old niggas always trying to ice skate uphill.
Yeah.
Oh, them niggas.
Hold on. Let me play it. Okay.
Gotta play it.
Gotta play it. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can find it. Because I know I got it.
I'm just here to help.
I'm telling you, man. It's
percentage of black men in jail. We are not the highest percentage.
Dude, just stop.
I'm gonna tell you how. I'm gonna tell you how fucked up.
Jerome, stop.
I'm gonna ask you this question. Man to man. In Mississippi, right? Majority black state, if not the blackest state, right? 70% of violent crime is occurred by white people. But 70% of the people incarcerated in Mississippi are whom?
Make that make sense.
Do you see is there a bias in the criminal justice system against black men?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What I'm saying is we're trying to get past it.
So now when we go to Mississippi,
we're trying to get past the English comprehension.
Yeah, Sharon.
You
got Sharon.
No, it's all right. It's
Sharon,
okay.
Sharon, I'll say this, Sharon. You got a brother who you have many people on this panel who have tons of experience. Some in law enforcement, military. Obviously, BGS has been around this block for many, many moons. If you cannot just take a back seat and just take the fact that there's subject matter experts on this panel that actually know what they're talking about, then brother, I don't know what to help you. The fact that you have other brothers who are actually encouraging to do the right thing, but then you don't want to hear the opposite of what they see. I mean, how are you going to mentor other brothers if other brothers are coming with similar issues and like, no, that's not my reality. And that's what this panel's trying to tell you.
Yeah.
And BGS, what I was going to try to say was,
go ahead.
Black men are able to have children with women that support them and that will let them raise their children. We solve this problem. We don't need mentors. When we have black men with women that want to support them and want to follow black men leadership, we don't have this problem. So all that has to do is get the right women.
Well, the thing is, you're down in Columbia, right, Tunnel Runner?
Correct.
Okay. You know that these women are raised from the time that they're 2 years old to be a wife, right?
Come on.
Correct. I mean, everybody, home sisters,
everybody's
trying to feed me and try to take care of me.
Take care of you. It's a cultural problem. Okay, you cannot. Even the Bible says, raise a child in the way he should go; they will never depart from their ways. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Black women have a cultural problem. Okay.
Yes.
We've been trying to define that. We're trying to get them to see we have to correct this. They don't want to correct it, which is fine. Let it go. I told black men all the time. I tell black men, stop trying to make black women into something that they're not.
They're not.
Go find other women that will rock with you and basically help you accomplish your mission. So what I say all the time.
BJ, I'm gonna party a Sunday night with 80 couples. Everybody's coupled up. Hardly any single people.
Yeah,
they're all coupled up.
Yeah, but
married are together. No, there's no single people walking around at that party.
Let me ask you this, Tunnel Runner, because I noticed this when I was in Guatemala in Central America, right? Okay, let me ask you this, right? How much does a poor peasant man? How much respect from his woman does he get as a poor peasant man?
He gets the same respect that somebody making $500,000 up here in America.
Exactly. So it has nothing to do with being competent. It has nothing to do with being rich. Okay. It has to how the women are actually trained, and that you cannot get past that. I bought a lot of tickets across the street at the liquor store, right? Latina lady, right? Just had a baby, right? And so I told the story before. So baby's turning 1 year old. I gave her a little money for a 1 year old birthday, right? And I said, "What you gonna get your little girl for birthday?" She said, "A tea set." I said, "A year-old baby with a tea set?" She said, "Yes." I said, "Why?" "She got to learn how to sit at the table." I was blown away. After that, I said, "I'm done." I said, I know exactly what the problem is." Okay.
What's up with you dusty ass niggas?
No. The thing is that it used to be that black women were trained, even though they were not perfect, they were trained a certain way. Okay.
Yep.
That training has gone completely out the window. Basically,
Hey,
whatever redeeming quality they had as far
it's
as
over.
family formation is pretty much gone. So
Hey, that BGS.
go ahead.
Shout out to the brother.
You're
Check this
basically
out.
you're Borging. So
Okay, is that better?
we'll work with it. Go ahead, man.
Okay, check this out. At this point, we can't afford to wait for anybody to catch up.
No,
We
you can't.
can't afford it.
Yeah.
It is literally dangerous.
Yeah.
Do what you need to do,
Mm-hmm.
and look, the ones that catch up with you, word to mother, God bless them. Everybody else, leave them where they are.
Yeah.
Because
Is that
nobody jumped off the bridge to save us.
No.
So then why are we doing it?
The thing is, and this is what I'm gonna tell Sharon. Okay, I'm gonna get black pill with you for a second, bro. Okay, real black pill, because this is my field of expertise. Right, America is going into decline. What Trump is doing should have been done 15 years ago. Okay, should have been done 15 years ago. Right, America is not gonna be what it was. Automation is gonna come in, jobs are gonna go. Okay. This is winter time and the polar bears are out looking for people to eat. I tell everybody, be the fastest camper, and what you're doing and how you're perpetuating this defective culture, the way it's been perfected, actually gonna get a lot of boys undermined. Okay, everybody has to be on board. It can't be, oh, it just has to be the men. They've been saying that for 50 years, and that shit has not worked. What you are just said, I heard good friends mentoring people and all kinds of shit, man. 40 years ago, right? When the shit first started, right? You're gonna mentor these boys, you're gonna get them ready, blah, 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 blah. That shit has not worked, okay? I don't know why we keep trying the same shit all over again. Like Albert Einstein says, keep doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. It don't work, okay? Gotta do something different. Gotta see what other successful models of people have done, adopt those, but we don't. Why? Women don't want it. Go ahead.
And the sooner you do it, the less extreme your methods have to be.
You don't have time, man. But basically, sooner or later, not Biden, but Trump is going to start allowing these people with skills to come back over this border. Okay.
Yeah.
And if you're doing construction or HVAC somewhere, those people do that shit, same shit down there. You're gonna have competition, right?
Yep.
I'm sorry. And there's basically Meach drives trucks, right? I can't tell you the competition that Meach gets from
oh my God, you would never believe it,
from Mexican truck drivers, right? Undermining their costs.
And okay?
Arabs, yeah. All basically, the thing is, what we're getting ready to go through, okay. I'm telling my guys, okay, be the fastest camper, find you a mate that rocks with you no matter what color she is, okay? And try to survive the best way you can, because that shit's coming. Really, the shit's already here. Okay. Yeah. Trump and Elon Musk are just getting started. Okay.
Yeah.
You got 4 years of this shit. And you telling me that black men all of a sudden have to figure out, bring all these black men together that you never got together in the past 40, 50 years, right? Okay. You had 50 years to do this shit. Okay. Got 50 years to get the 15% or whatever the skill set of people that you need to come together and help kind of fix and operate these boards. Right? This shit has never happened. Okay, never fucking happened. Everything that has come out of your mouth, I've heard 1,000 times. Okay, because I'm in this sector. I've heard it 1,000 times. You keep preaching the same shit over and over and over and over again. That shit has not worked in the past. It's not working now. That's why I asked you, what are you doing differently now that you haven't tried before? And nobody can give me an answer. What are you going to offer these men? Because they're gonna need something, okay? They're gonna need something. Either women gonna cooperate, or they're gonna have to see results. They're not gonna keep sacrificing themselves over and over again to get the same fucking results you had over the past 50 years. They're not gonna do it. Okay. If you don't, I mean, I don't know. I don't put my credentials out there, but trust and believe me, I've been doing this shit for a very long time.
I mean, BGS, the fact that Trump just signed the executive order to shut down the Department of Education, and people are mad and fighting. But like you said, this America has been trying a bunch of shit over and over.
Yeah.
Hitting their head on the wall. Now it's shaking up. And as you said, this shakeup is real bad.
It's real bad. And Congress could actually, if they really felt some kind of way about it, they could get in. They could actually pass laws and file motions and pass bills to get that shit stopped if they wanted to. The thing is, why they're not doing it is because they know that it's necessary. Okay.
Exactly.
The winter is here. You guys are worried about all this aspirational shit. Okay. Which is I'm getting upset about. All this aspirational shit is going out the fucking window, right? China is basically clocking you on a daily basis. Trump is trying to keep the United States afloat. Okay. He ain't got time to worry about Negroes, white women. DEI killed most white women's jobs. Okay, most of people lost jobs on DEI were white women. Okay, you got niggas trying to come protect that shit. Okay, you got black men talking shit about DEI. That shit never worked for you. And that white bitch got promoted over you is because of DEI, okay?
DEI, when they got rid of DEI, once again, I said this 4 years ago, and I said it 4 years when Trump got elected. The keys to the kingdom, motherfuckers, are y'all ready to take it? Obviously not.
And the thing is, now you're gonna have a whole bunch of broken men. But the thing is, can you outrun all these goddamn polar bears chasing your ass? Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing. I keep telling y'all, you guys think that this is 1950 or 1970. It is not. Okay. This is 2025, and America is speeding down this decline faster than anybody can imagine. Okay. I'm tired of hearing about it. That's why I don't even like people throwing the ads at me. Okay. Because basically, you know, I really want to tell you, but I really don't tell you. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I really want to say that. I want to say to most people coming at me, have no idea what the fuck you're talking about on any level, okay? Especially at the top level where this shit is going to actually roll down the hill, okay? You don't know. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and this is not directed to Sharon. I think for anyone that continuously comes on this panel and makes these fallacious attacks and these whatever y'all think this is, this panel is not made for mentally weak, uneducated, non-researching motherfuckers. Please, and I love BGS, but leave this man alone. If you do not have certain credentials or read thoroughly, stay in your lane. It's okay. It's okay, because this shit it's just getting out of hand. Stop trying to go ahead, BGS.
James actually brought China inside China business to me. He talks. I would suggest Sharon, listen to Inside China Business, okay? Every day, okay? Every time he comes up, listen to what he's saying about China and America's businesses, right? Now we getting ready to get clocked, okay? Hard, okay? And who's the black jelly bean at the bottom of the jar? Who gets hit first? Nobody's taking into account. We ain't got time to actually protect these black women. Either they get on board or they die, okay? Either get on board or basically we're gonna have to throw you overboard. We ain't got time.
Yep, I'm pushing niggas over. What? Oh, push him over. All right.
I wish your comprehension skills were at the point where I could actually show you exactly how sausage is actually made at this level. Okay, I can't because you're not ready. Okay, it will take you a long. I have to admit to you daily for a very long time to get you ready. You're not there.
It's going to take system shock for him.
What the thing is, he's already feeling system shock. You can tell. Okay, I said, thanks for what you do, Sharon. While I agree with those on the panel, we all have the right to bask in our delusions. Perhaps your efforts might have a small segment of FBA community help save a small segment of the FBA community. As said, BGS tax. You know, what I'm saying is, man. What I'm saying is, okay. At some point, we're already feeling it because with the cuts that Trump is making at the federal level, which are actually very good jobs. Federal employees actually make around $60,000 a year or more. Those are really good jobs. Okay, and if they're not making any money and they can't feed into the black economy, guess what's going to happen to everybody else downstream. Okay. So the thing is, the shit is not just coming; it's already here. My thing is, okay. That's why I don't have time for pedestrian. I ain't got time to argue with you because what am I going to say to you that you understand? What am I really going to say to you? Okay, the little stuff we try to talk to you about, which is old stuff, you can't grasp it. How you going to grasp the big stuff? That's what frustrates me. I don't mind going back and forth with you about disagreements. But the thing is, you don't get what I'm saying. Okay. Like the little thing about the thing about the incarceration stats, right? You didn't even get that. Okay, if you were my grandson, I'd be popping you upside the head. Come on, man.
Absolutely not. But
I would. If you ask my grandson, I would. Come on, man.
That's what I'm saying.
You can read better. You read better than that.
If I was your grandson, you wouldn't pop me. But
bullshit.
Hell no, we be fighting, Grandpa. I'll tell you that.
Grandpa is 260 pounds. We be fighting, okay, with your little ass, with your little lightweight frame ass. Okay?
Hey, look,
with your little light ass, okay.
Hey, look, Grandpa, I ain't
with your little light flyweight ass, man. Stop fucking.
Hey, listen, Grandpa, I ain't scared to get my ass whooped every single day. I'm hard headed.
Well, you hard headed. You actually gonna get slapped, man. We fight, okay? You get tired of fighting.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. Just lock them outside the house.
No, I wouldn't. I'll be fighting you.
Oh no, you wouldn't. You get tired of fighting. You get tired of fighting.
I think I hope you're being tongue in cheek with that, bro.
Because that's worse if I actually shamed you, okay, about you not learning.
Well, you don't really know me, so you don't know if I can learn or not.
We assessed you we assessed within the first 5 minutes, man. We don't need to know.
But you assess.
We don't need. We don't need.
I'm somebody that got
Sharon.
My own. I got like 7 certificates, and I'm not even in the field just because I'm trying to.
Sharon. We assessed you within the first 5 minutes. Okay.
But it was wrong.
No,
it's not wrong. It's okay.
Come on, man. It's all right.
Let me put it to you this way, man. At some point, you got to bow down to superior intellect in a subject.
Yeah.
We're dealing with a contrarian, people.
I'm not the expert in everything. That's why let me put it to you this way. BGS is a very intelligent guy, but he's smart enough to know when he asked me about Pete Hegseth. What you think about him? He said, let me research on him.
Yeah.
What you think about this police involved shooting?
Yes.
Yay or nay? Because he knows that's not his forte.
Yes.
That's fine. Or James is the next closest. So when it came to military science, you had myself, you had Sandog, shout out to Captain Jack, and you had Nameless, who was in the Air Force. Captain Jack was actually an Army Captain Tank Commander. Shout out to the Buffalo Soldiers.
I mean, as far as computers, we had 2 cloud engineers right there, Passport OG and Ninja Person, teach this stuff on a daily basis. What are you gonna say to me?
And then you got AB with coding and programming.
Okay. You got 2 cloud engineers making damn good money. Okay, right? What are you gonna say to me about computers? About they clocked you already, okay?
That's what I'm saying, Sharon. This is why I said what I said earlier.
You're not telling me nothing. I'm not trying to argue with you about engineer. I'm not.
No, Sharon. It's not. No, let me make it clear for the rest of the panel. It is quite clear that this conversation is way above what you think you know.
Sure.
And that's just being respectfully. That's being respectfully. It's not. I'm not trying. I'm not even attack you. I'm not seriously sure. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm really not.
I mean, the fact that
you know what I mean.
I could barely get a few words in edgewise.
Sharon, we clocked you the first 5 minutes, man. We already know what you like. Okay. We know where your level is. We already clocked that. Okay.
I like the fact that
Actually, we're being nice right now. Okay.
Even BJ's Sergeant Willie P. Didn't he conform when you did
He
a
did.
video?
He did. Okay.
And where's he from? He's from New
He's from
York,
Philly.
right?
No, he's from Philly.
He's Philly, right?
He's a Philly guy. Yeah.
All right, but and he conformed at PhD level, right?
Yes.
All right. So this is what we're trying to point out. Even brothers who are very similar in your path, finally, they fucking woke up and realized.
Wait. So Sharon, what's your opinion on Jim Sedania's work? What is it called? What's it called? What's that book by Sedanius?
Oh, you talking about
social dominance?
Social dominance.
Social dominance theory. What's your opinion on it?
My opinion on who?
Jim Sedanius' social dominance theory.
I would have to look at it. I don't know.
Have you ever heard of it?
No. I just have to look into it.
Have you ever heard of something a little bit more down to earth, which is basically famous on the Black Manosphere? What's his name? Oh God, I'm blanking out. Okay. Dr. What's his name? Tommy. Okay.
Tommy Curry.
Tommy Curry. Man, not. Have you heard of it?
Have I heard of him? No.
Yeah. Have you read it? No, you haven't read it.
No, I've never heard of him.
So in other words, these are foundational books in our sector. You haven't even heard of them. Have you read The Boy Problem of Men and Boys by Reeves?
No, I don't need to read that. Why you think I need to read Tommy Curry? Educate me real quick if you can give me a quick
foundational. The man not is how Black men are not treated like men. They're not considered men in this culture.
Yeah.
Okay?
It's a historical context.
It's historical content. Okay. What I'm saying is, we're talking about foundational book in this sector. If you haven't read them, then it's not the panel for you.
Yeah. Or it hasn't even crossed around your atmosphere.
There's nothing wrong. The greatest level of intellect is when you don't know a subject, always be willing to learn about it. That's a great indicator of intellect.
What do you think about the reduction in force and layoffs that are happening is because we're at the debt limit? What's your opinion on that?
On the automotive industry?
No, I'm talking about the debt limit of the United States.
What do you
think we need to cut?
Him trying to use the tariffs to clean it up. I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah,
that was pedestrian.
He did not mention anything about tariffs.
Right. So how's it?
Oh God, he's not trying to clean up the debt with tariffs. Never mind. In other words, we're trying to say that you're not there yet. Okay.
Yeah, but also I'm not. Anyway, if you don't believe that's what he's trying to do, if you don't see the writing on the wall or what he's trying to do, that's fine. But I'm not here to talk to you about Donald Trump.
What we're trying to do is assess.
So I don't understand. It's okay. Sharon,
stop being a woman for a second. Stop that. Okay.
You don't want to. You're right.
Stop talking through me. Stop talking through me. Okay.
I'm not talking. I'm trying to talk.
Yes, you are. Bro.
You are. Okay, man. All right. Oh yeah. Closing thoughts, y'all. Let me get out of here, man.
Yeah.
I'm done with this. Okay.
BJS, I thank you. Brothers on this panel, I thank you. Sharon, I applaud that you had you're able to deal with this and just whatever. But I hope that you can take a step back and really do some not internal, but also take the time to understand this space is a highly intellectual space.
It's hard to tell.
Right? And this is not trying to make you feel less than man, whatever. Even myself, before I met Charles through this space, and when I realized what type of space this is, I actually said to myself, I took, notepad to pen and kept writing notes and started learning and understanding, and then I elevated myself to be acquiesced within in these conversations. And I hope you can do the same.
And what did that help you do?
That's
not That wasn't an honest question.
No. I'll close out with this. I will close out with this. This space has allowed me to evaluate my life and the type of people I want to be around, because at the end of the day, as BGS, many of have said this shit is going downhill. And if I want to keep my ear near the door, I will keep my ear near the door, and then this black man is fair. Because I don't want to be a victim. I don't want to be off a nigga like me. I'm gonna push the nigga off the ledge to save my life. And that's what's happening in America. So at the end of the day, I have learned so much from this space. I think Charles,
I'm
mostly,
humble.
you know what I'm
I'm
saying?
humble. I'm
But
very
Right?
humble.
you
And
didn't tell
and
me
and
what
I
they
will
did.
tell you,
Hold on, Sharon.
this space has saved a lot of men. This purple whatever, this magic pill shit that niggas be trying to be on,
Yeah.
it will get you killed.
Yeah.
That's what I'll close out with.
Okay.
Oh, I'm just going to close out with this one. You know, once again, James, I'm very humble by that because I didn't think many people learned shit from me. I tried my best to do what I can.
We don't know a lot of shit from you, Charles. You just don't realize it.
I'm just that humble of a guy.
Yeah. When since when? Well, go ahead. Who's next?
But I'm gonna just say this last part about it.
Go ahead.
Mike Tyson said it. Not everybody who's for you is your friend, and not everybody who's against you is your enemy.
That's true.
Stop thinking that every time we machine gun you. We didn't even really machine gun you yet because you weren't even in the real chair.
No, he wasn't.
Because we're really rooting for you if you were noticing, but there are some things you need to research on. There's nothing wrong with saying the words, I don't know, teach me. You would get heavily respected by that because bravado is the last thing black men need. We are all we got. And the only motherfucker that's helping black men 90% of the time are other black men.
Yep.
So in this economy, you're talking about a space where each one of us mentored young men and still do on stream, off stream. This ain't a new concept. What we're just trying to warn you is that look, the gynocracy is going to combat you because they want to keep power and dominion over black boys. What are you going to do when you come up against it? Once again, old man, always a pleasure.
All right.
Woo.
All right, Mongo. Okay, who's next?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, look, because I had I've been sitting down listening to Sharon, and my problem is this again: you're starting too late, and that's the big issue. And we've already reiterated the fact that it's that woman that's standing between success and these young boys. So by the time they get to you, they're already failing. That's and you admit that because that's exactly what you do. It's like you're trying to redirect these young men into something more successful. And here's the real kicker. Prodigiousness starts at a very young age. Ain't nobody who's doing anything like Olympics and prodigious math prodigies and things like that. These people started at like 5 or 6 years old. And a lot of times it was their fathers who were pushing them. If you think about somebody like Simone Biles, it was her daddy. Oprah Winfrey, her daddy saved her. Clarence Thomas, that was his grandfather. I mean, we can go down the list. All of these studies have been done. You're getting them late. Your energy is better focused on. I'm not saying that what you're doing is bad, but it's better focused on dealing with the problem at its root.
That's what we're trying to do. He can keep doing what he's doing. I'm saying we're trying we're in a different lane. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to end it there.
Okay.
Make it too long-winded.
Yeah. Anybody who's next?
Yeah, I end out. This said what I was going to say. Basically, you do have to focus in on where that initial poison is coming from, and taking the information that comes out of this space. You ask them was it useful? And me and my wife go through these books all the time. Every time we hear a recommendation, it gets to the point to now she's constantly telling me the things that she either has to combat or she didn't heard because people don't want to do the work. And just that understanding, being able to see what this space is seeing, has made it that she's been able to protect her own energy from what we're talking about. From people dissuading her from doing what she's doing with her kids. So there's a lot of this is perspective, man. What they're talking about is not bad. Going through those books, the boy problem, the man not. I think Tia Sanz Johnson's books is easier for the women to read. those things are useful. Yeah, it doesn't feel like a vibe, like it's not a vibe in conversation because you're gonna feel that accountability, how much responsibility you have in this conversation. But ultimately, man, it's that bitter medicine. And I end there. I'm out.
All right.
He needs to read Daughters of the Slave Trade. Go ahead and read
Daughters
that
of the Trade,
and wake up and stop trying to ice skate uphill. Because that shit, man to man, that shit's just freaking annoying. And you annoyed everybody on the panel trying to ice skate uphill this evening. And it was ridiculous and redundant. But I digress.
All right. All right. Everybody got their closing thought in?
Well, thank you for allowing me at least up on a panel, attempt to have a conversation.
Dude, you wouldn't attempt to. God. All right, man. You know what? I'm not going to argue.
Conversation, but I thought it was my final thoughts. You got to interrupt me even on my final thought. That's crazy. So again, I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. All these conversations not usually easy. I was saying, I think y'all schooling me.
Never mind, man. Never mind.
You enjoy your night, good sir.
That keep saying that I get a chance to talk. It's kind of crazy. But hey, look, DPS, I want to give you your flowers. I want to give you your flowers for when you came up to my show. You hung out with me. You dealt with it. You didn't feel like we treated you properly. I apologize for that if you didn't. And thank you for letting me up. And
how long did you hang out with us, man? How long?
We was here for a while, probably 2 hours at least.
So in other words, you had more than an opportunity to actually say what you had to say, did you not?
No, I did not.
Really? What you did? Okay. What part of your message did you not get out?
So I kept getting cut off, but it's fine. It's a difficult conversation. I think we did good for.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
Right, like right now, like I'm talking, right? So, but I'm saying I think we did good for what it's worth. We just disagree. Y'all been doing this for a while. Y'all had some ups and downs with the young man that y'all taught, and some of it seems like they mothers got in y'all way, and so I understand y'all have a lot of frustration. I don't have that frustration, and hopefully I don't get that experience that y'all got teaching and sacrificing to help out these young men. Hopefully I never experienced that.
You haven't been around the black community long enough, have you?
You just said about the old dude, okay, telling that young dude that he wasn't shit, but you don't have no frustration. Get the fuck out. Why? Why, Negro? Come on, man.
The audacity of these Negroes.
The audacity of these Negroes. All right, you guys.
Well, I do want to say something.
No, I asked you about closing thoughts. You come in. You got a minute, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. This is a very interesting stream.
Why?
I hope you got your medicine ready because the back and forth is it's like.
Why was this an interesting stream to you?
Because when you have these what you call pedestrians come up and you try to explain to them, they're never going to get it because some of them, like you said, you said a few books. They don't even hear about this art, so they don't not make the attempt to read these books. Much as time.
Well, I know all that, but why was this an interesting stream to you? Because I couldn't. If I was actually listening, I couldn't listen to this for very long. Okay.
Oh, you okay?
I mean, I'm asking you, why was this interesting?
Well, it's me. I'm not going to go into it.
No, you can't. Why would I ask you a question if didn't actually want you to actually explain it?
Well, I like the back and forth. It's more than the fuckery, but to see the dialogue.
Okay. What part did you like? No. What part did you like?
I like how you I kind of like how you had to sit there and had to break it down to him, and he still don't get it. But there was many parts, and I can't recall hours.
I was just curious because a lot of people like you like this kind of stuff. Okay, and I am getting wary is because. Okay, I'll say this, man. This is what frustrates me. Okay, I can tell whether you understand something within like 2 minutes. You don't understand it, right? Mm-hmm. And basically, anything else I'm actually going to say that's above that you won't be able to understand. And he didn't. Okay,
he didn't.
No. And the thing is, he can't see it, but guess what? He persists. Remember I said about I would say he's a cross between a pedestrian and a civilian, right? Basically, he thinks it's called compound ignorance, right? He thinks he knows what the right answer is, but the thing is, uh, um, he's wrong, but he thinks he knows what the right answer is. That's what he actually portrays. In fact, I think he knows that he doesn't know what the right answer is. He just don't want to admit it, which is a female trait. It's called sign language. Shame, guilt, and need to be right. Okay, he has a very distinct need to be right, even down to the last second. Okay, you know you got motherfucking clocked. Okay, got clocked in this thing. But he's saying now you come out, you leave with an insult, which is part of sign language, right? Sneak this.
I don't hear no bell, Rock. I don't hear no bell, Ray.
Which is a sneak diss, okay? I'm gonna play this for Charles real quick, right?
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
Oh yeah, we had ice skating tonight. Yeah. Anyhow, y'all.
Nancy Kerrigan, that bitch.
Yeah. Anyhow, folks.
What can I say? Mamba out.
All right, good people. We out of here, man. I gotta go have a drink. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure you're going to AMA tomorrow. This was too much.
I'll do the AMA, but what I'm saying is, I was expecting a disagreement, but I wasn't expecting this. I was expecting more competency. I really was. And I'm actually sad that he wasn't more competent. Okay, so I don't know whether to feel sorry for him or be mad at him. I don't know which.
I think most men don't want to feel like they have a lot to learn and don't want to be wrong, and that's the confliction, So you just don't know, and it's not gonna be no strike against you. I mean, you're dealing with some older.
You know what, Lightbringer? Okay, I know you're not a troll. Okay, I appreciate you for the super chat. The thing is, Rich is my friend. Okay, and what you said about him, I already know. And saying Black Manosphere is over, it's not true. Okay. And I don't appreciate you outing him like that on my channel. Now, video's still around. That's what he does. He's my friend. I don't care what he's done. He's done some heinous shit. He's told me about some heinous shit that he's done in his early life and what's going on with him. So all the stuff that you bring in, I understand. But saying is, I don't like people coming up and doxing my friends on my channel. Okay. Hey, you might not be a troll, you might have super chatted, but that's negative shit. I don't know why you bring that shit here. Okay, that's why I didn't acknowledge you. Okay, I don't know. I don't allow people to go in on my friends like that. I don't know where you got that shit from. I don't care what he does, unless he really does some heinous shit to where I have to bring it out. I don't go in on my friends. Okay. I don't know where you come from or what part of the country that you come from, or how you were raised, but I don't do that shit. I got people in my family that do all kinds of stuff. Okay, all kinds of stuff.
Some things,
And basically, I don't appreciate that shit. So I'm not gonna block you this time. I'm gonna give you some grace, but don't do that shit on my channel again. Feel me? Get out of here. I don't, people actually wonder how come I don't reveal more of my family life on the internet, right? Okay. After you dox my daughter, my grandson, I don't trust you niggas with nothing of my personal life. Weaponize it against people that can't defend themselves. I don't like that shit.
Especially don't like you, and then you're going to attack.
If you can attack me all day long, it's because I asked for this shit. They did not. Okay, and they know it.
Exactly. If people have more respect.
Yeah. So you're going to attack people. Instead of attacking me, which you're trying to do, you try to attack people that I know that I'm friends with. I don't dig that shit. Anyhow, let me get out of here.
I'll catch you on Friday evening.
All right. All right. Peace out.
Espresso, man.
Muzyka Denis 7.